I got sick of guys kind.
Good lord.
I got sick of guys kind.
Good lord. Am I even gonna be able to stream? What the fuck? Live again? Fucking dropping. What the fuck? Sorry, chat. My internet's just bad. Really bad right now. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, hold my hand. Don't do it. It doesn't. Wow, that's so dumb. So dumb. Why is it not automatically capturing audio?
I think is not good for news and press freedom. And I said on Twitter, I'll take the suspension, but I hope Twitch changes its policy in the future. And I do believe. Hello.
Whatever.
If you're watching this, that means I just got banned. As in, I got a temporary 24-hour suspension. And we're back together on this deep, up-close, and personal YouTube video. Welcome back to the Hasanabi channel on YouTube. Now, some of you are probably wondering, considering that there's a lot of back and forth going on online about why I got banned once
Who,
again.
the what's, and the where's.
Well, you might have actually heard the truth. I got banned specifically because I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter, which apparently, according to Twitch terms of service, dictates a suspension, even if I critically examined the manifesto, which is precisely what I did. The reason why I read this is specifically so that you understand that, like, there is a a ton of people that are like, no, this is the shooter's actions were directly about finding some Jewish victim to kill. Okay, it's deliberate. It's clear what his reasoning is. You don't have to agree with what he did, and I'm not urging you to. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, but it is deliberate. Ask yourself why the media is not saying that the shooter did this because they were distraught with the violence that they had seen unfolded in Gaza. And the reason why I had critically examined the manifesto of the Israeli embassy staff shooter was because there was a lot of misinformation taking place, as is the case usually online whenever there's a breaking news story. This is what I do. A big part of what I do is holding people's hands through the news media process by allowing them to think critically and helping them understand media literacy. This is precisely why I was covering the manifesto that my friend Ken Klippenstein was able to find and release. Another friend of mine, Eric Toller of the New York Times Visual Investigation Unit, had also uncovered the manifesto of the shooter around the same exact time, and he had also released it on his Twitter page. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because oftentimes when instances like this happens, the media will take bits and pieces of a manifesto to create a framework around the motive, but in this circumstance, the media actually was quite quiet about the manifesto in and of itself. And I think that's newsworthy, but that's not the story here. The story is that I got banned for it. I got temporarily suspended because this is a part of the Twitch terms of service. You are not allowed, as it dictates right here in front of me, to even show a violent extremist manifesto on stream while denouncing it. This, I think, is not good for news and press freedom. And I said on Twitter, I'll take the suspension, but I hope Twitch changes its policy in the future. And I do believe they might. Having said that, how do we get here? Especially considering that I had covered manifestos of the Cybertruck explosion. First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2008 Black Mustang V6.
Not the
for
Cybertruck.
verification. The Luigi Mangione manifesto. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. The Wisconsin school shooter
Stabby
manifesto.
baby was over
Some
there.
people think it's pure nothing, but because the hate they make, it ends up killing them without knowing it, which go right ahead. I don't mind, but kind of do at the same time. The literacy rates are abysmal in this country. The manifesto of Ryan Ruth. Dear world, this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I'm so sorry I failed you. Wait, how did he know? And also the Israeli diplomat shooters manifesto. The atrocities committed by Israelis against Palestine defy description and defy quantification. Why was
shoot,
this
I'm getting
different?
banned too.
Why was this a big deal? I'm covering all of these different manifestos on stream, and I've never been banned for it. Well, I believe the reason why this was actually a little bit different is because there was a lot of outside pressure in the immediate aftermath of this shooting. The ADL, Apartheid Defamation League's very own Jonathan Greenblatt, went on CNN only hours after the shooting had taken place to make
Chat.
went on CNN only hours.
Notice these pins placed strategically on his lapel, or whatever that corner thing is. Oh, care about the victims, sir. You care so much about the victims, but you're like, let it keep going. War. What is war? Like, nah.
Hours after the shooting.
I don't trust that man's. I do not trust that man's.
Shooting had taken place to make incredibly slanderous statements about me, stating that I was responsible for this. My rhetoric was responsible for this. Let's take a look.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy
Dang.
profile a
Blake's
few
already
weeks
at
ago
11K.
of this
Here, let me
gamer
move
Hassan
myself out
Piker
of here.
who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
This is slander through and through. I do not apply awful genocidal language towards Jewish people. I don't believe that even a genocide that the Israeli government is doing justifies a genocide to the Israeli government or the Israeli people. I am not the one who is defending a genocidal state here. Jonathan Greenblatt is. Having said that, this slander continued with no pushback from the CNN anchor, which I think is rather strange.
Extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Here, Jonathan Greenblatt was making an implication that my rhetoric was responsible for this Israeli embassy.
I know you want to climb up. Yeah. Come on. Down is fine too. Up for you. She's gonna go up there, isn't she? I know she will.
Staffer shooter going out and finding Israeli embassy staffers and shooting them. This is ridiculous. There is no connection between me and the shooter. The shooter actually followed a bunch of people. I was not one of them on Twitter. He was not following me. What the do you mean? He was, however, following a bunch of, he was following Joe Weisenthal, you know what I mean?
One sec, Jared. Sorry, I had to go say hi to my sister.
Jonathan Greenblatt's statement, I replied with, Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews and Judaism. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It, however, will not change the truth. And this is important to note because that's not where the story ends. During my coverage, there were a lot of people that stated that perhaps the embassy shooter was maybe a false flag operation. I do not believe that. Part of the reason why I covered the manifesto was precisely for this reason, to make sure that we understood the motives and we understood exactly what this shooter was intending to do. But that wasn't enough. There were the likes of E.L. Jacoby, a Hosborough guy on Twitter who lies at the behest of the state of Israel quite frequently, saying, breaking, Hassan Piker, hailed by the New York Times as the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag. Then immediately...
You think he filmed this today? Like sitting in the morning? And this, because this is like an hour ago. When I saw it, it was like 33. Yeah, it's 1 hour ago.
says the guy was genuine with his actions. This is glorification of terrorism. Now, these two things, these two statements here are at odds with one another. But what's actually even crazier is that this is a 37-second video that is attached to this statement. Let's take a look at that 37-second video. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like, you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay. Most people that retweeted this didn't even actually watch the video to see whether or not it actually matched up with what this person was saying. Now, why am I talking about this random account? It only got 6,000 likes. I retweeted. I said a fascinating phenomenon nowadays is watching people clip things in context that I'm saying and then turn around and simply claim that I'm saying the opposite of what I'm saying in the clip. This is a 37 seconds long video and this dumbass lied about everything. Why am I bringing this up? Great question. It's because the clip formulated by this account, which stated, Hassan Piker, star of Amazon's Twitch, says the attack sure looks like a perfect false flag. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The guy was genuine with his actions. How fucking absolutely gross is it that this is currently being streamed right now to 40,000 people? Then it turned into this. Hassan Piker, hailed by the New York Times, the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag. And yet, here is Jake Tapper retweeting this. So I guess Jake Tapper, one of the most important members of the media, who just came out with a book talking about how the media narratives did not match up with what the people were seeing in terms of Joe Biden's senility, is still doing ridiculous things like this.
By the way, buy my book. Buy my book. Please. Please don't forget about me. Buy my book. What a sad little guy. I mean, poor guy. He writes a whole book and then Joe Biden can shit all over him. Fuck him.
Doesn't make any sense. But of course, all of that pressure inevitably led to Twitch taking this action. I had covered manifestos in the past on my broadcast. None of those manifestos actually met the same level of scrutiny. This one did. And I don't believe this one did exclusively because it was about Israel. I think this manifesto was simply used as an opportunity to try to get me banned by gaming the terms of service. I did not think I was going to get suspended, but I'll take it. The real reason the ADL and numerous other organizations are actively trying to come after me, however, is because Israel is falling out of favor. Because many Americans and many people in the Western world are now finally seeing the truth that Israel is an apartheid state that is built around an ethno-supremacist ideology and that Israel is doing a live-streamed genocide.
Did he do his lashes while before this? He's staring right into my eyes as he says this. Information is being directly beamed into my eyes. Brain.
Yesterday, they killed a doctor's family. 9 of this doctor's children burned, charred. Images such as this can be seen all over people's timelines and all over social media because now people have unprecedented access to the victims of a genocide, unlike ever before. This is the reason why Israel has fallen out of favor and has become a pariah state on the global stage. This is the reason why now Western leadership who have supplied Israel with arms in order to engage in such violent acts for the past 19 months are finally turning around and stating that perhaps Israel should allow aid in, that perhaps Israel should stop doing war crimes.
Yeah. Oh, hey guys, what are you doing over there? Don't do that. We're we're sternly talking to you. Don't do that. That's the most that the world has put out. That's their output. Since what? 1948? Was it 1946? When was it?
A former Likud, far right Israeli prime minister recently came out and said, enough is enough. Israel is doing war crimes. Israel has fallen so out of favor that The Atlantic, that a year ago wrote to rebut Hamas's allegations by letting journalists see the war up close would be a calculated risk. Even when conducted legally, war is ugly. It is possible to kill children legally if, for example, one is being attacked by
The Atlantic.
an enemy who hides behind
An American journalist wrote this. An American, I think.
them. This was written on The Atlantic.
Creamy Wood. Who's that? American writer. Ew. He looks like Elon a little bit. In a worse way.
Only a year ago. And now that very same Atlantic magazine is writing articles such as this one. It
Yeah, Julie Beck. So. Julie Beck's a more base person.
should not be controversial to plead for Gaza's children. Israel's limits on aid have put the region at critical risk of famine. Help is within reach, but it's not enough and it's arriving too slowly. The reason why the tide is shifting is because the pressure valve is insurmountable. Too many people know exactly what's going on, and as fascist ideology is a suicide cult, it seems like Israel is bringing the rest of the Western leadership down with it. Israel is no longer a democracy. You cannot be a democracy while you want to maintain an ethno-supremacist state that is an apartheid state, and you certainly can't be a democracy while doing a genocide. But the Western world that seemingly was able to abide by and hope that the pressure goes away from the broader public are now being forced to listen to the demands being made by the public. So there is a interesting bargain here ahead of us. Will our politicians listen to our voices and try to maintain the presence of a democratic process, or will they go down with Israel?
Yeah, freedom or fascism.
As I say here, every day that goes by, more and more people realize the truth. The very same institutions that spent countless hours defending and contextualizing Israel's genocide will now change their tune. Try and deplatform me all you like, but you can't change what people have seen. One day, everyone will behave as though they were always against this. I'm Hassan Piker. I hope you can keep supporting me and watching me on YouTube, because even if I get deplatformed from Twitch completely, I will still find a way. And even if I am deplatformed entirely from every single website, the truth will still come out.
Don't worry, Hassan. We'll go watch. We'll go watch. Like, we'll put you in a soapbox or shoebox, some sort of box. Put it up high. We're all gonna sit around. 35,000 people just gonna sit around watching you yap. I do that. I pay money for that.
On that note, see you on Monday. Bye.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability.
No, the Harbor Freight. Harbor Freight, get away from here. Good lord. What is going on things? Ooh, I kind of want to watch the Asmongold debate. Because it'll probably be funny. 3 hours! Good lord. This dude did this for 3 hours? I could barely do it for 10 minutes.
River when people
Did I do it on 2x speed?
who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
What the Ain't no way he's talking about Palestinians, right?
They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
Oh my God, I hate this argument so much, bro. This is crazy. Holy what is this? This is the full clip?
Want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people. They have genocide built into Sharia law.
Bro, oh my God, bro, oh my God. It's so funny because, like, his analysis right here is the liberal analysis. When you scratch the surface of, like, the average American over a certain age and why they are
True. Literally any argument you can have on TikTok, it literally goes down to they're monsters. They're evil. Like, dude, they're people. Man. A lot of the things that we do can basically be boiled down to evil, so it's like yeah, you're gonna privatize the electricity, the heating grid. Don't let real Americans burn coal in their houses anymore. What does the government don't let you do nothing? Like, come on, dude. At least make a alternative, like, form that is cheaper. Yeah. Cause like even Donald Trump is like states rights. We're bringing back to the states. Like, okay, then bring more stuff to the states then. Let's do more shit. Give me state-funded healthcare. Give everybody state-funded healthcare. That's funded by the government. So it's government funded. And everybody gets it for free.
are so blind to the obvious dynamic, the obvious inequalities, the obvious inhumanity of Israel's operations. They literally agree with this. They also think this. You only arrive at this conclusion after years and years and years of social conditioning that justify the world, the war on terror, America's war.
You know what it might be? Might be the kids that haven't been born through 9/11 don't have that ingrained to a certain degree. I mean, it's definitely ingrained, like the racism and everything, but I feel like if you were born after 9/11, you can kind of see things in a different way instead of being like, oh, brown means bad.
On terror and the unironic justifications for this war on terror required the dehumanization of Arabs and Muslims and every single person that lives in that part of the region. Because if you were to look at the situation and recognize that
exactly
humans are
what
being
Ethan
blown apart every
just
single
screamed out
day
in his
so that
debate with
America
Hassan.
can secure oil fields in Iraq, you would go crazy. So you have to either, on the one hand, omit
Actually,
key
I kind of
details,
don't want to watch
but
this
also
one. I do want to watch the Ethan debate. On here? Or the QA. Yeah, this is a debate, I guess.
Union. This was obviously months ago. It was December 5th. Okay, so it's a post-election, right after the election, before Trump became president officially. So it was December last year. What's next for Republicans after Trump and the widening gender gap in politics?
But Donald Trump is white man's Obama.
Donald
So
Trump is
just
like-
raise your hand and I'll pick on you. The member at the front, right there.
Thank you. Hassan, first of all, congratulations on Thanksgiving this year. It was much better than last year.
Yeah, Thanksgiving.
He said, congratulations on Thanksgiving this year. Much better than last year.
Now, Hassan, probably very evident that I agree with you 99.9%. So my question is going to be within the left, right? There seems to be an emerging debate of which your uncle is on the other side of the aisle, and I'm on your side.
The chat be
That
blurred.
there is a fundamental challenge that comes with the left coalition. Bhaskar Sankar wrote an article in Vox about left being in purgatory. It appears to me so, and there's an honest criticism to you and all the other leftist streamers, Kyle Kulinski and everybody else. You guys talk about working class politics, but you guys don't look, walk, or sit and, be with the working class. That's an important hurdle, I feel, in not only...
Wait, whoa. Whoa. That's not necessarily true. Hassan was at the wildfires. He was talking to the firefighters, the prisoner firefighters. He's not one to just not talk to like people. He's famous. He's famously currently started doing more. Let's talk to the Uber driver, see how their politics are on Donald Trump, what their not what their car says about them morally, but in terms of their politics, he's constantly talking to people. He can't honestly he can't shut up. Well, he is with the working class. That's kind of weird.
making sure that you're advocating for those people, but also giving them the trust that you are their man and you will be fighting for them. One of the reasons that Joe Biden won the Midwest was because he could present that Scranton Joe figure. How do you perceive that challenge, and how to sort of also deal with this sudden turn among the leftists that we're going to put the trans people and the gay people under the bus? Balancing act, Hassan. How are you going to do that?
Great question. So I think that the way that the Democratic Party has done this is awful for the most part. I think we all agree on that, or at least, I mean, it was a demonstrable failure. The way they've presented this in the past is, we're going to defend trans people, so you might as well vote for us and make a compelling harm reduction argument, which is
Yeah, usually it's vote for me or your life's gonna suck. Come on, just do it. You know you have to. And then the Americans people's reaction was no, fuck you. And then look who's president. Great strategy, but if you want Donald Trump to win, but whatever.
there's been a demonstrable failure time and time again that
Hassan does so regularly, but people choose not to see it or genuinely don't because they only consume sound bites and clips. No, I think aesthetically, I don't, rock the, every now and then I wear Carhartt pants, but it's obvious that I don't masquerade as working class because I feel like it would be disingenuous to do so. That's not who I am. I am who I am. I like what I like. I see no reason to lie about those things. And I feel like when Ted Cruz wears the snakeskin boots and a big belt buckle and says, yeah, I'm a real working class man,
Lord.
he's lying. I would rather not
My
lie
ass have been sullied.
and be honest and tell you exactly what's up.
we are better than the Republicans and will protect you, but we're not going to make any, we're not even going to say we're going to protect you. And apparently, Now they're not even interested in protecting trans people at all. They want to be the transphobic party on top of everything else. I think this is a failure. I think the real way to combat this is not.
But as far as like showing up for stuff, I do actually go to the front lines. I will speak at protests. I will go out to marches. I will go to organized events. I will fundraise for organized events and activists. So I do all of that. And I also film all of that. And I try to offer a voice to all.
It's always socialist Hassan.
All of that as
Bro,
well.
you can't even
So
fundraise without
that is
being
the
called
reality. You hate
socialist.
anything that's not West or East Coast coded. I mean, I also have a tremendous amount of distaste or disgust even for Los Angeles, especially as it pertains to lack of affordable housing and the impact that has had on the exploding homeless population. I have so much anger and resentment towards California for not having any adequate public transit. Obviously, that's, you know, you probably don't hear it as much because when someone from California shits on California, that is seen as more valid. But for someone from California shit on Idaho, all of a sudden it's a very different, more contentious situation for you. Do you see what I mean?
Not to succumb to wedge issues that the Republicans are routinely using as a distraction. Because the reality of the matter is they don't want to have the tough conversations. They don't want to have an argument against someone who says, we need to build social housing. We need to build public housing. We need to claw back the housing market from these speculators. The people that treat it like as a simple asset and not shelter that you need for survival. When the Democratic Party makes a convincing argument on that front, now the
part of the issue of insisting that leftists engage in working class aesthetics is that people can almost always see it as disingenuous. People aren't stupid, and wearing a cowboy hat or flannel is not going to actually convince people to join the cause. And this has been proven time and time again. It also always begs the question, what do working class aesthetics even entail? Yeah, there's hella dripped up teachers out there, for example, who have an interest in fashion. I see it on TikTok all the time. There's like,
I mean, also like, he did do that like one like burger stream where he like cooked burgers, but even then, I wouldn't even call that like working class. Like, how do you call it? I don't know. I mean, he was just doing stuff. His friend like put something together that they wanted to try. I forgot who it was. Was it? I don't remember her name. But like, he didn't go around touting that as like, you know, when Donald Trump like said, "Oh, I'm working in a McDonald's. Here, do you want some fries? Oh fuck, I spit in your fries. My bad. They're worth extra now." Like, he did that as a stunt. Like, you can like genuinely tell that it was just like a political stunt. But like, I don't know. What do you want him to do? Cook a burger? Drop a fry?
teachers in Oklahoma, Texas, who also love fashion. And then when they're not at school, they get to show that. You know what I mean? You have baristas. Baristas are from working class. Like, it doesn't, all of this stuff is just pure aesthetics. I don't try to focus on that stuff, or at least present myself in a way that I'm not, in an effort to garner the attention, or in an effort to showcase. I mean, aesthetics and optics are a part of this, for the record. To be fair, they are a part of this, okay? It's marketing, and I am a brand at the end of the day, and therefore, if I were to represent myself in that like working class way, I think it would be more helpful for sure.
Oh, hey,
but I still choose not to, because I think it's just not who I am. I don't want to do that. I don't
The Republicans have to present themselves against that in an effort to defend their corporate oligarchs, their corporate benefactors. And because of the unfortunate reality that the Democratic Party is also captive to the same corporate interests, they refuse to make that argument. And in that process, when they don't have anything, we don't have any red meat for the Republicans to grab onto and attack and try to position themselves as being against, especially popular policies such as Medicare for all.
Maybe that's why the Democrats started like saying like, you know, actually we're the ones that want to build a wall. We don't like these immigrants either. Are we getting them? Are we getting them on our side? Are the Republicans coming on our side? And then to the leftists, they're just saying, "Excuse me, I'm talking."
Then the Republicans dominate the field. And culture war issues and wedge issues are their bread and butter. So I think it's a twofold problem. Obviously, you should be uncompromising in defending all marginalized communities. But having said that, the best possible way to do that is by pushing for universal programs that affect the lives of every single American unconditionally.
Yeah, universal food, universal income, universal shelter, universal. Yeah, never try to out racist the racist. Yeah, exactly. You're never gonna win them. You're never gonna win them. They're just gonna get more racist. They think it's a game. They're like, haha. You're being racist now. Watch this. And then they transform. They do like a little like magical girl transformation into like a mega racist.
This way, you broaden your coalition and also simultaneously put forth policies that will put the Republican Party at odds with its base. And you need to be able to do that in an earnest way as well. So there's a long way to go for the Democrats, who unfortunately have destroyed any sort of goodwill that they could have had. They come across as technocratic elitists that are ideologically minded and invested in third-way neoliberalism unconditionally. And it's going to, you're going to need great communicators who are real fighters, who are really invested in improving the material conditions of all American workers.
Next hand. The person in the very back with the plaid shirt. Yes, you.
So in your speech, you raise sensible and legitimate concerns about Israel and its practices and how it has conducted the war, etc. I think you're somewhat vaguer on the solution. You implied, quote unquote, the dismantlement of...
Vaguer? I mean, not to speak for Hassan, because he's literally right there in the video. He could literally just speak up. It was funny, but...
the Zionist project. Could you get in a bit more of the specifics of what that would look like? Who, be governing the land? What happens to the millions of Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs? That.
Of course. Great question. So I am a firm and committed believer in a singular, solitary, secular state. This comes...
He's eating his chicken. Look, chat. You see, look at the chicken on there.
This is somewhat controversial for a lot of people.
How much chicken do you think that is?
I think for so many years at this point, for the past couple of decades, it's always been the two-state project.
Bro, this is a crazy amount of salad.
And that is like the most likely, most realistic outcome. But I agree with Avi Shlaim, Israeli, Iraqi historian Avi Shlaim, who also went on his own intellectual journey of moving away from the two-state solution to a singular state because of what the two-state solution represents. I call it the so-called peace process, peace process, for a reason, because that was very cynically used by the Israeli government to really explode the settler expansion in the West Bank to create Bantustans, to create these like tiny micro-Palestinian villages that they cut across deliberately. And that's what the two-state project looks like. And I think at this point, it's become a single state already, that Israel is the sovereign state of this entire territory, and it is an apartheid state. So I hope that with enough pressure, and it is already happening, things are changing in a way that I never thought I would see in my lifetime, where people will continue to engage with boycott, divestments, and sanctions, and make it impossible for Israel to maintain an apartheid state. and it will inevitably dissolve. In the same way that
Yeah. Oh, you can do that too. All it takes is literally just not doing your Xbox subscription. Just cancel that shit. Cause Microsoft I've seen like multiple like um advocates like or ex-employees saying that like the certain like AI divisions in Microsoft are used for targeting in Israel. Well, they're used in Israel for targeting Palestinians, which is wild. Like using AI for that, and Microsoft is like, yeah, we just got like a division for that. Like actually, you know what's crazy? We were working on some stuff like that. You wanna buy it? They're like, hell yeah, hell yeah. Like, what? Come on, Microsoft. You have Minecraft now. Do better.
the South African process
Can't play
happened.
Minecraft. God damn it. Can't
The
play
member at the very
Minecraft.
front in the black coat.
Hello. First, thank you so much for being here. It's great to hear you speak. I'm actually from UCLA, and I think you donated some pizzas to our encampment in the spring, so we really appreciate that. My question is on a topic Sarah brought up earlier, which is the reality of this really widening gender political gap among young people. Especially like in online spaces, the radicalizing of young boys is a really intense threat.
That is what's scary. Even if you aren't like a parent, you have nephews, you have nieces, you have like family that is younger that you have to like look out for, kind of in a way. You're like, what are you watching? Just like a little checkup. Like it's not always bad, but like still, if you see something like they're watching like Andrew Tate and like you're like, oh Jesus Christ, like how did you get into that? Like jeez, like young kids are getting into like this horrible mindset just because of it's like on a YouTube short, and if it's not like monitored, because like half of these boomer parents are like, I don't know what an iPod is, I just bought it. The kids set it up. They just go on their YouTubes and the Roblox and they build buildings and grow fruit. Seems harmless. And then the kid's just like out there watching like some streamer on Kick, and it's like, holy moly, what are you doing? Please parent a little.
So I was wondering if you had any thoughts on how we can culturally course correct and adjust that issue in the future.
No! And this is how it goes on too. Shoot. Like
Yeah,
sometimes it's just ads. Sometimes
it is
you
a
get
real problem.
like bad ads.
It is becoming worse and worse, I think. And it is, I mean, it's the same as enmity towards any other marginalized group that like
I'm cursed forever without YouTube Premium.
gender wars has become like the very common way that people
It's honestly a principle now.
find themselves in the throes of reactionary ideals. And I don't necessarily think it's just like the manosphere.
It's like a power. I will not yield to the forbidden knowledge that these ads try to pour into my brain. I perfected a technique to shield my mind from these mind flayers.
Or the content that is making people this way. I think ultimately I'm a firm believer that if you solve a lot of the material problems, that you will be able to make it much easier to tackle some of this nascent reactionary sentiment. A lot of young men are vulnerable they're getting worse and worse educational outcomes, and as a consequence of that, they're getting worse job outcomes. They're no longer seeing upward social mobility as a reality, and they have the exact same social and economic pressures that everybody else faces as well, in terms of no job prospects, never really owning a home, never really retiring. Like, that's not even a reality for many people at this point. And I think that that creates a lot of anger, and especially if you're a young boy
streamers,
and you've grown up in a patriarchal society, you also have a built-in sense of entitlement that comes along with it. You see this a lot more in young white men in general, and a combination of all of those factors, I think, play a very significant role in the way that young men view the world and the anger that they feel. So I know I feel like I'm repeating myself quite a bit on this issue, but it comes from trying to fix some of these underlying societal problems that will help every single person. And then outside of that, you probably have to take a look at education, primary schooling and whatnot, and the curriculums and the way that we educate people, and maybe make some fixes if you want to tackle this issue. But I don't see any politician coming out and directly addressing that at all, and so I feel like the problem's only going to worsen. Damn, everybody has a question now.
Okay, as a member that's putting their head up like that, yeah, you.
Hi, thank you very much. I thought it was interesting what you brought about with the growth of right-wing Europe movements in the West. I think the thing which distinguishes what's going on in the States from Europe is it's really centered around one person. The Republican Party is in many ways a Trump party, which begs the question, what happens to the Republican Party after Trump? The Republican Party is a strange coalition of very many different people, only really brought together by their love of this one person. So does the party split when he goes? Does it? Because a lot of these people really do not like each other. So I would be very interested to hear your view on what happens after. Thank you.
Someone said, by the way, please don't tell me you think education needs to be catered to boys like it already has been since education was invented. No, that's only one aspect of the problem. Enmity towards women is the exact same as blaming Jews for all of society's issues, or blaming black people for all of society's issues. You do that when you don't have a class-based political understanding of the world. You do that because you don't understand that it is actually capitalism that's fucking you over. It's not a woman that is responsible for your lack of safety and security in your future. Especially if we're talking about young men. What are young men worried about? Well, they're worried about the same shit that young women are worried about. But these guys, these right-wing manosphere podcasts, will take those concerns and anxieties and will reshift these young men's priorities and their attention back to women in general, within the confines of interpersonal communication with women, within the confines of feeling a sense of anger and resentment after, being denied a date or something. It's the same type of scapegoating that exists for trans people.
That's a really interesting question, especially because the Republican Party tried to recreate their own Trump with that was more controllable by the establishment, with a hyper focus on culture war, but also with, I guess, more of an intellectual veneer, but one that hyper focused on policy specifically. His name was Ron DeSantis, and that was an obvious failure.
Oh my god. I love that. I'm gonna go start calling him that from now on. Ron DeSantis. I love the YouTube translate on that. Or auto dictate. Ron DeSantis.
The more people heard about Ron DeSantis, the more they found out he was
Run this.
Goober
Chat's gonna
and
go in on
horrible to be around. Just really bad vibes in general. So I think that
he stopped chat.
Donald Trump is, in a very similar way, Donald Trump is like, I say this jokingly, but Donald Trump is white man's Obama, where Barack Obama was incredibly charismatic. And with all of that talent, with his rhetorical skills, he was able to commit Americans to a campaign of hope and change, despite the fact that his governance was still very much the same, third-way neoliberalism, having Republicans in his cabinet, things that Kamala Harris also pushed for. And Democrats have tried to recreate that over and over again, and they have not succeeded. And I think the Republicans will fail in a similar fashion as well. So there is a real holistic problem within the Republican Party because they've leaned so much into the most insane parts of their base. And when I say insane, I don't just mean like right-wing reaction. I mean literally insane, like QAnon, things like that. Like people who just like legitimately think vaccines make you gay and autistic. Like that is not sustainable. And so I don't know what will happen after Donald Trump leaves power, because I don't know if J.D. Vance will be another Ron DeSantis, or if he will actually be able to commit to, I don't know, whatever happens, whatever fascist future we are foreseeing for America. But I do think that there is a real crisis in the Republican Party as well. We saw that in the midterms, except instead of taking advantage of that crisis, the Democrats seemingly still found a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah.
Yeah, the member putting their card up right there with the glasses. Yeah, you, yes.
Is the card a flex?
No,
it's like, yo.
It's just easier to distinguish.
I was wondering if you saw the kind of viral tweet this week about the Cambridge PhD with the olfactory ethics of prose and all the kind of the anti.
Oh, she was in Cambridge?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay.
And it made me kind of think about fascist anti-intellectualism, and then kind of wider about the sort of place of universities in a wider leftist movement and going to university. I think that's kind of relevant for all of us. And I was just wondering if you had thoughts on that generally.
Yeah, that was so interesting because I think like the right-wing mind is so basic.
You can really tell a lot about somebody if they call it a tweet or an X, or what do they call it? Push. X push.
Baby-brained in many ways because they think like, you know, what you're supposed to do at like an English lit PhD is talk about how sick the Odyssey is. Like that's what they think. And I saw a lot of people criticizing this person, being like, "Oh, why is this hyper niche, like hyper specific thing that you focused on for your dissertation?" It's like that's what you're supposed to do. Like, and I mean, in that intellectual examination, you end up uncovering certain truths that you never would have thought. And I see a broader problem with the way that the right looks at all matter of scientific inquiry. And it's very frustrating, and it's also very damaging when you have Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy talking about the Department of Government Efficiency, named after Dogecoin. I mean, it's idiocracy. Like, we literally are living in idiocracy world now. But
oh my god, yes. I've been thinking about that. That, like, we're living in idiocracy so much. Everything just fits. Goodbye, Department of Education. Fuck it. The schools didn't need grants. Like, they can live off their own profit.
One thing that they are constantly, like they've been constantly pointing to is, why are we spending, you know, $2 million on like raccoon piss? And it's like, yeah, you probably don't understand why the government is doing that, but like my immediate reaction to that isn't like, oh, these dumb woke scientists are doing that. Like, there's probably a reason for it. And then lo and behold, you find out, like, no, there is actually a reason for it. It's like trying to figure out new methods of warding off predators without while using pheromones that are not necessarily dangerous to the environment, right? So this is really scary when you have these people that are in control of the funding mechanisms of the government, and their stupidity is going to, I think, shut off a lot of scientific research, and I'm very frustrated by that.
This is before Doge came into action, and of course, everything I predicted happened.
But I don't know where we go from here, really. I just hope
Goddamn
that
sexy
maybe
Hassan is right again.
Maybe you'll jiggle some keys in front of them, and their attention will focus on something else, hopefully. Because, yeah, God forbid, you let these guys run the show. I mean, it's gonna be awful. But it also, I mean, I guess is similar to Nazi Germany as well, where they were like very desperately trying to find.
This is Pod 5.
No.
The first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent.
What do you mean?
Like trying to
dampen
the way artistic expression worked, and they were like really hyper focused. They thought like modern art was degenerate, and they wanted to recreate more orthodox versions of art, and obviously that was a failure. So I think when there's a will, there's a way, and hopefully people will overcome these problems.
Idiocracy is a term I should use more. Yes, remember here. This is the last question, I believe.
These questions, by the way, I don't know what he's gonna ask. Okay? These questions, I will admit, have been a lot more policy focused than the Cambridge ones were. I don't know what was going on. The Cambridge ones were literally like, I saw a YouTube video of you 5 years ago where you were making a joke that I'm taking seriously. Why did you say that? And I was like, I mean, it's a joke.
I did have some quotes I couldn't get to.
Oh, damn, you were ready.
I was ready, but I was like, I'll be nicer.
Someone honestly asked me, like, why do you think Crimea belongs to Turkey?
Wait, you got asked that at Cambridge?
Yes.
We are the better place.
That was, I mean, yeah, so far it's been great. I don't know what he's gonna do. Someone didn't even have a question. My last question at Cambridge was, why do you call yourself a socialist when you have a house?
Wait, that should be like a t-shirt quote.
No, they're gonna make fun of him for it.
I don't want to push back on any particular kind of one thing you've said, but as you've just alluded to, I think there are quite a few things that people kind of consistently bring up against you, which I think you say in jest, and kind of I see where it comes from. But do you think at times it's proved kind of damaging and kind of unconstructive with some of the things you've said in the past? Particularly people bring up kind of very popularly kind of what you might have said about 9/11 or October 7th.
Okay, that was the quote that I had.
Oh, you were asking about America deserved 9/11? I mean, so, no, you're right. I agree. I think it comes with the format for the most part.
This is what they asked me in Chicago too, if you remember. And what's interesting about it is like, I think in a way it's a little bit victim blaming, but they don't understand that because they don't know they don't understand how the sausage is made. Like you guys are a little bit more locked in on how the sausage is made, so you see it every day. Where the reasons as to why, like it's virtually impossible for me to maintain this civil aesthetic posture for 8 to 10 hours every single day when talking about politics, right?
Out of the 8,784 hours in the year 2020, I was live for 3,680 of those hours. I was live for 42% of the year.
There are opportunists who take advantage of that anger to basically do smears in the same way that they would for prominent politicians. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say something that might piss people off, but I'm honestly shocked every day that I'm not canceled more frequently, given that I talk about politics every single day from a position that is not broadly represented in American media at all. It's actually wild because One thing that content creators always come to me and are in shock about is the fact that I talk for 8 hours in general. Content creators, if you ask them, will be like, there is no way I can do that. I will literally get myself canceled because I will say something that will be misconstrued. And that's not just about politics. That's just in general, right? It's not because they're illiterate, chatter. Some of them are, but you're wrong. You would get fucking canceled too. If you think that you'd be able to yap about any issue without a chat even for 8 consecutive hours, you 100% are wrong. Now, add on to this equation.
True.
Yeah, it's human. It's in our capacity to make errors, endless amounts of errors in the process of free flow communication over 8 hours every day. Then add on to that the fact that I'm talking about politics. Then add on to that the fact that I'm talking about politics from a perspective or a framework that is not broadly represented by, broadly recognizable to the overwhelming majority of Americans, or even, dare I say, considered to be hostile types of politics, because it's like inherently antagonistic to the pre-existing hierarchies that people take for granted under capitalism. Then on top of that, add on a bunch of ideological enemies from all different swaths of society who are intensely focused on trying to vilify me every step of the fucking way, basically gang stalking me. I think I do pretty well under this magnifying glass, all things considered. Part of the reason why it doesn't really work is that, and here's what this chatter said, and that's really funny. Yeet cancels you every day. Like, that's what I mean. There's like, I have stalkers and accounts dedicated to stalking me, content creators dedicated to stalking me, and communities that are dedicated to stalking me. You will regret this word. You will regret saying this. No, the point that I'm making is not inviting further scrutiny. I'm saying that I've already maxed out on scrutiny, and I choose my words very carefully. But in that regard, yes, there will be moments where I get canceled. There will be moments where I come across as maybe a little too passionate, and no one really defends you. That's the other side of it. Part of the reason why most people don't even want to defend me is, one, because I have my own community. I don't expect anyone to defend me either, because I understand that like no one has the capacity to fucking deal with like the level of insane stalker behavior that I have to engage with. I mean, it's obsessive. It's a obsessive business. That's what I mean. Everyone understands it. Everyone understands like how fucking insane the format is. So of course, in this format, like there's gonna be kinks. There's gonna be issues. But I try to do my very best regardless. There was a TikTok comment on one of your videos saying how they didn't get why you would yell all the time until they actually tune into your broadcast frequently. And after 3 years, they are surprised how calm you are and how you don't yell even more often. Yeah. Why do people give Asmongold any credit? Because they are even stupider than the way Asmongold presents himself. I wouldn't necessarily say Asmongold is stupid. I don't think he's just very knowledgeable on politics. But there are people who are incredibly dumb, like much dumber than even the way Asmongold presents himself. So much so that they are like, oh yeah, I agree with this guy. This guy's a truth teller. That in and of itself, is damning. It's damning for political discourse. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. They don't understand what a horrible representation this is for political discourse in the United States of America in general, especially online, especially in independent media, that Asmongold and the way he presents himself, which is an incredibly dumb person, even though he's not so dumb. Asmon isn't stupid. You are without a doubt the most charitable person on this platform. No, he is not as stupid as he presents himself. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't matter. You can see this as a defense of Asmongold or not. I don't give a shit, because I only care about his output. And his output is incredibly dumb and incredibly racist. But
yeah,
I don't think he truly cares.
Wait, what is that? Twitch streamer Asmongold banned after racist ram Palestinians. Asmongold says, "Oh, I'm not gonna say that." That's wild.
Cares about these issues that he speaks on. He's just simply performing to a crowd. His views are overall aligned with a lot of the things that he talks about, for sure. And perhaps he's gotten more radicalized over the course of the past couple of years. But having said that, having said all of that, I think he still is nowhere near as dumb as he presents himself. Like Tim Pool, I think is dumber than even Asmongold. Tim Pool doesn't just present himself as a dumb person. I think he legitimately is a dumb person. Like he's a bad person and he's dumb. Obviously, none of this really matters. I was talking about like the way I carry myself and how damaging that might be to like the broader leftist movement. Now, the reason I take that in stride to the best of my ability, but I still try to explain my position here, is because most people don't fucking understand what it's like to be a Twitch-streamer. And I'm not doing a woe is me type situation. I'm like very privileged. I recognize that, right? But having said that, the format itself lends itself to being clipped out of context, and the broader format of the internet overall is incredibly reactionary, incredibly angry towards any sort of like progressive politics. So as someone who defends all of these things that these guys want to undermine with regular frequency, I've become this like singular amalgamation of like all things socialism, communism, progressive, pro-trans, pro-women, all of this stuff. And it's a lot easier for many people to just like disparage me as a catch-all, to position themselves as like anti all of the things I represent, than to actually individually turn around and defend their idiotic positions on every single one of these issues piece by piece. It's a way for a lot of right-wingers to basically maintain like some semblance of like a political attitude, while presenting themselves, while signaling themselves to the rest of the right as like one of them. And of course, most people don't understand that because they don't understand the environment. They don't understand the media environment, and they don't understand the way that like this kind of content exists. So they only see the impact of it. They only see the manufactured outrage of it, for example. But I believe that anyone in my position would probably be in a similar set of circumstances, would probably have to deal with a similar set of circumstances. Like I said, it's just people don't understand why there's so much heated discourse in this, and what are the motivating reasons for said heated discourse. And they only see the end of the heated discourse. They see the impact of said heated discourse. And then they go, oh, why did you say this thing that pissed a lot of people off? Don't you feel like it's unproductive to piss a lot of people off? And to which, it's going to be really hard for me to explain like the dynamic of online content creation and whatnot, but here it is. Let's watch.
Part, if we're going to be super serious about it, like I'm talking for 8 to 10 hours. Sometimes, you know, tensions get high, and I get emotional. I'm very passionate, and I say things that can be very easily misconstrued, right? Even the 9/11 quote is something that is virtually not even a point of contention in academic literature if you discuss it as a point of blowback. Like, if you meddle in the affairs of the world, inevitably the very same people that you propped up as brave mujahideen that were anti-Soviet warriors on the road to peace. That was the way that Osama bin Laden was featured in, I believe, 1993 on a famous Independent article. Yeah, those guys are going to inevitably be like, I'm going to use the training and the guns you gave me against you. And that was what I was talking about in that situation, but did not communicate it in the best ways possible. And especially with the clickbait culture that we now have, whenever I talk about complex, nuanced, and dense geopolitical issues.
Okay, never mind. I kind of cooked. I take it back. I was too harsh on myself. Oh, that boy was cooking. Low key, but high key. I mean, I basically explained everything I was telling you guys just now.
You can always make it, you can always cut it in a way where you can make it seem like I'm saying the exact opposite thing that I'm actually saying. But I think ultimately, the way I feel about it is like I would rather still maintain somewhat of a humorous nature, even if it's like gallows humor. Not saying that about the 9/11 thing, but just in general, you know, instances where I've like been clipped out of context or been taken seriously when I'm very obviously joking. I don't believe Crimea belongs to Turkey. Like in moments like that, I would rather continue doing my coverage in the way that I'm doing it and not succumb to the naysayers and people who wish to try to stop me and smear me and cynically clip me out of context in an effort to try and censor me. I'd much rather continue doing it the way that I'm doing it, because I feel like it would be very boring. There are a million content creators out there who engage in the dense subject matter with the academic tone that it deserves, right? I'm trying to make things more entertaining. I'm trying to make things more appealing, and I'm trying to educate people while also, sometimes making them laugh or entertaining them. So that's my that's my primary focus. And if things get misconstrued along the way, then it is what it is, There's not really much I can do about it.
So that was the last question. Thank you so much for coming. Everyone just please remain seated while my guest and I leave. But that's Hassan Piker. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
We offer multiple gutter solutions to meet your needs and budget. Gutters, downspouts, and top-rated gutter guards.
Please.
That was great. I think I did a pretty decent job with my speech too, but unfortunately we don't have that yet, but that's coming out soon, so fear not. What's interesting about this is I think a lot of people forget that, yes, while I make this look
Only 36
natural,
minutes in.
there's nothing natural about this process. I'm still very much a person that is speaking to an entire stadium full of
Doesn't
people
happen.
every single day. And I'm talking about heated political subjects, things that people get very passionate about, things that people have a tremendous amount of conviction over when they're speaking about this stuff. You wore all that just to put on Dr. Martens? Yeah, I love those shoes. What are you talking about? All right, let's Dr. Martens. I mean, I just read whatever that chat was saying. Okay.
We're priming young men who are already in the throes of radicalization due to the hopelessness that they feel, who are already very vulnerable into being really open-minded, dare I say too open-minded to reactionary opinions.
I poured water for this.
Okay, that was a thunderous applause in comparison to Cambridge, I'll tell you what.
First of all, thank you so much for those remarks. On that note, you've demonstrated a remarkable ability to mobilize your online community. For example, you raised over $1 million, fundraised over $1 million for Palestine, over 200,000 for Ukraine.
Yeah, that was crazy.
You yourself donated to the UCLA encampment. And young people have been at the forefront of pro-Palestinian activism and other causes as well. And you've done that uniquely through Twitch and streaming, especially breaking down dire political topics, election updates, and international affairs. So on a broader note, how do you think bridging, the world of Twitch and streaming with politics has had an impact on young people, especially on the discourse between left and right-wing discourse?
Oof. So I think that my little community online is almost like an island in a sea of sharks for the most part.
The part.
I think that Twitch has this profound ability to get people to be invested in certain causes, and I would feel I'd feel insufficient if I spoke on all of the horrifying things that happen all around the world and not take some sort of action against it, because sometimes simply communicating these issues is not enough. So I've been able to effectively use my audience in that regard, and I worked with a bunch of other content creators as well in another endeavor called Creators for Palestine, where we also raised another, I think it was like $2 million for numerous Palestinian charities on the ground. And it's been, I've been tremendously privileged, and I try to use that privilege for good every single day. But would I say that the entire online space, especially the entire political arena online, is similar? No, definitely not. I think it's like heavily dominated by a lot of right-wing commentary, and I just try to do my best to fight back against disinformation and try to convince people to see the world in a different way.
So on that note, you referenced that under President Joe Biden, there's actually been an increase of male-centered, and I quote, Gamergate culture war narratives. at the forefront of political commentary. So can you expand on what that phenomenon means and its implications on political discourse?
Yeah, so I talked about this with Pod Save America leading up to the election as well, where I noticed that, I think one day I saw a tweet that this guy named Sean Ryan, who's like a former CIA guy or something, I don't know, he's like one of those like defense guys. He's virtually interviewed every single person that Donald Trump has picked for his cabinet. It's just, you know, to give you a better understanding of what kind of content he makes. He had actually overthrown Joe Rogan as the #1 podcast. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I saw the list of podcasts and I was like, oh my God, every single podcast on here is insanely right-wing. All the top podcasts were dominated by like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan. Like Joe Rogan was woke in comparison to the rest of this list. And it blew my mind. I was like, holy shit, like I just, you know, I can't believe it. And then I looked a little bit deeper.
Hassan Diddy Osama Piker, they are going to catch you in your lie, terrorist defender. Asman is the #1 political streamer. Man, the day Hassan Diddy Osama Piker goes to jail for being a terrorist supporter, we should make it a national holiday. It will happen. You can't stop yourself from glue terrorist D at this point. That is the family business. Account created in 2011. Like, this person is not 12 years old, man. Yeah, exactly. He admits it himself. This is a 32-year-old man. He's only a year younger than me. And this is how warped his brain is. I am so hope you go to jail. Brother, you can't even spell correctly. You're already in jail. You're in a mental prison that you have created for yourself. Please, read some books. Tap out of this online business for a little bit, please.
He's screaming into the void. Like, help me, Hassan. Please notice me. Please help me. I am trapped in a prison of my own design.
I don't have an issue with a person like yourself being my ideological enemy. As a matter of fact, this proves the point that I make all the time, which is that the people that consider me to be an evil person that deserves prison are usually some of the dumbest and most racist hogs you have ever encountered, who wouldn't be able to get away with saying stuff like this in public and only can say stuff like this under the guise of anonymity online. Yeah, and here, this is his. These are his takes in the Asmongold chat. Moderate Islamists are the grass that hides the snake. Kind of the Burgess thing. You will get banned if you play it Instaban. Can we not like Muslims? Can we not like Muslims? Can we just nuke Muslim countries and be done with them?
Goodness.
Muslims, man, they can't stop killing. F Hassan, man. Like, this is in Asmongold's chat. They did get banned. Never mind. Wait. They got banned. They got banned. Not here, but they got banned. W base as I love this woman. WWW. Most likely, I assume, for spam. No, I got banned for saying Islam equals terrorist. Okay, well, I'm happy that Asmongold's community is moderated appropriately. All right, let's continue with this.
And I shouldn't have, but that was Spotify, and you know, Apple News was Apple Podcast was the exact same, and I was a little bit worried, so I brought it up, especially because in the space that I'm in, there is a lot of center-right, centrist, fence-sitting content creators that find themselves in the throes of right-wing radicalization, sometimes organically, other times they do it because they know that there's a market for it, but there are a lot of commentary channels out there that...
They just ate a perma. They just ate a site-wide ban. Oops. For the whole nuke the entire Muslim world take that they had. 2011 account, too.
Find themselves doing center-right commentary all the way to far-right commentary. And it exists in virtually every single interest that young men have. You like cars? You go to a YouTube car channel, and all of a sudden this guy's like talking about the G-Wagon's history, and then he's like a little bit too enthusiastic. You're like, what's going on? Why are you talking about it like that? Or video games obviously is the one that everybody knows, where virtually every single commentator in that space is constantly talking about, like, there was a black woman on a video game. That's woke. That's DEI. We need to end that. And I think that we're priming young men who are already in the throes of radicalization due to the hopelessness that they feel, who are already very vulnerable, into being really open-minded, dare I say too open-minded to reactionary opinions.
So just shifting to the election, you and other left-leaning commentators have been vocal in condemning decisions by the Democratic Party in the run-up to the election. You were actually kicked out of the DNC, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about that. But even after that, in the recent pardon...
Asman has a Hassan emote? Wait, really? What is the emote that he has of me? Dude, once again, the double standard is so ominous, so glaring, so obvious. It's called Crash Out. That's so funny. And it's me soy facing. Dude, that is fucking hilarious. If I were to use any Asmongold emotes in my chat, how much do you think his community and every other adjacent right-wing community would lose their minds and be like, dude, you're so rent-free? This is the emote.
Oh my god. I choose to believe Asmongold is actually just a cockroaches under his house. Yeah, exactly. They're feeding off his internet subscription or connection. They're just biting right into it. Their little heads are beaming directly into the internet just to be able to watch Asmongold stream. Yo, Base, this guy's right above me. He feeds me everything that I want. That is so funny. Oh my god. Maybe that's why he never hurts them. He like grabs them gently and he tosses them. He's like, I threw it in the trash. He's like, thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Asmongold. Thank you for gently handling. Asmongold. That is crazy.
Listing your vacation rentals on Booking.com opens the door to more guests, which could lead to...
Oh, that's funny. You're more mainstream. I had no idea about this man until I heard about him from you. Yeah, of course. But we're not mainstream right now. We're online.
What's crazy, as I've seen like bits and pieces of Asmongold, but like I never watched him because something about it. I don't know. Maybe he played too much like WoW, and I was like, I don't know.
We're online, and the spaces that
I want to play WoW though.
We occupy online are incredibly fucking right wing, and also being a mainstream figure doesn't necessarily translate to having the same amount of impact. You can have people that are not mainstream, like Asmongold, have a tremendous amount of impact in the spaces that they occupy, whether it be Twitch or even YouTube, right?
Of Hunter Biden, you even called liberals stupid in the recent video that you put out about that. So do you think repeated criticisms by prominent left-wing figures cost the party this election, and do you think they deserved it?
He's a realist, Rich.
I don't think that my criticisms of the party were costly to the election. I often think if I had that capacity, because this is something that people...
It's so hilarious. Come on, you should have endorsed Kamala more.
Say all the time, or like, you're too critical of the Democrats. I'm like, well, first of all, if they listened to me, I think that they probably would have performed better. You know, that's one thing that I've seen at least. But also, if I had this kind of motion, Bernie Sanders would be president. This would be the end of his second term, you know? I don't. But also, if I had this kind of motion and this kind of influence, then the Democratic Party would be stupid not to come and like beg for an audience with someone like myself. I was this like supposed kingmaker. So no, I don't think independent media, especially on the progressive side, that was critical of the campaign, that cost the election. I think you can't really outflank the campaign because at the end of the day,
that's so disingenuous, bro. Lamont, was so hard to get a straight answer out of you on this topic. Wait, what is disingenuous about what I said? I'm not saying that I have no influence whatsoever. I do recognize that I have some level of influence, but not to the same degree as I can like move mountains and change elections. Would you say the pro-Palestine movement as a whole had the motion? No, I don't even think the pro-Palestine movement would be capable of individually changing the outcome of this election. I think that if the Kamala Harris campaign had decoupled from the Biden administration, if the Kamala Harris campaign specifically severed ties with the Biden administration on the issue of Gaza, this would create an impact that was positive for the campaign. It would play a positive role in the way that the campaign was received. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there's like a singular antidote to fix the outcome of this election that took place. Of course, there's no singular antidote. There are a million different reasons why people either chose to not vote or vote for Trump or vote for Kamala Harris or even third parties. You have to combine all of those different reasons and try to present the best possible alternative. Try to present the best possible campaign that way. Some people don't give a shit about Israel-Palestine. So there is no singular focus. There is no singular reason. There is no silver bullet here that could have helped. Fair put me down. No, I'm gonna shake you a little bit before because you're being silly.
they have $1.5 billion in their war coffers, and they're using that to be like, this is what we represent. So even if I were to, for example, let's say, try to get people to vote for Kamala Harris by lying and telling them she actually is super woke on Israel. She said to me secretly she's going to dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece. Please go out and vote for her. She hates genocide. And then she goes on television and she's like, you know, Israel is super cool and I love Israel and we have to give more weapons to Israel. Israel has a right to defend itself. People are going to hear that and they're not going to listen to me. So there's no way that you can outflank the campaign in that regard. So I think it all still goes back to what they choose to communicate, how they communicate it, and ultimately it goes back to policies. Are they addressing the material realities, the fears and anxieties that people experience? And I don't think the Democrats do a good job with that at all, and I've been very critical of that because I don't want Donald Trump to win. I understand that American foreign policy to a certain degree is uniparty, and outside of that uniparty approach, it only ratchets further and further to the right, and that only happens when you have a right-wing president. So I don't want that to happen, even on Gaza policy, which is, you know, seemingly uniparty regardless. And in order, like when I make these criticisms of the Democratic Party, it's not to harm them. It's because I want them to actually be a competent anti-fascist counterbalance to the Republican Party. I want them to fight.
So recently, as I just referenced, you did have a video on President Joe Biden's pardoning of Hunter Biden. And I actually thought you had a very interesting take on this in your video about pardons and crime bills. So how do you feel about the fact that the son of the man who led one of the biggest crime bills, which imprisoned the lives of many minorities and Black Americans, etc., just pardoned his son for those very same crimes?
Yeah, it's pure hypocrisy. It's ridiculous. And I don't mean hypocrisy in the sense that like he kept lying over and over again that he wasn't going to pardon Hunter Biden. I understand when he says it was an instance of lawfare, which is ironic because that's what Trump talks about all the time as well, and said Biden's DOJ was prosecuting Trump unfairly. I mean hypocrisy in its purest form. Joe Biden does not care about poor people, Black people, brown people when they are now, their lives are irreparably ruined because of mistakes that they've made. With the crime control bill that he was the architect of. But of course, when it's his own son, he's like, oh my God, we have to free him. One thing that I also got frustrated with was, at least do clemency for thousands of other people. Like, what the are you doing? You're like, no, I'm just gonna fix this situation for my son. And worse, he also came out recently, and I can't believe he said this. They're actually entertaining a blanket pardon for Liz Cheney and Adam Schiff. Now, I get why he's trying to do that, because he thinks that like these important figures are probably going to be unfairly persecuted by the Trump administration. But like, really, Liz Cheney? Like, let her go to prison, please. Like, what are we doing? Anyway, that's my take.
That. No. Please. Where's the Don't do that at all. Let's see.
To do a recap, right? Like, I mean, it's been crazy. We had 120,000 people tuning in here yesterday, 130 almost, and another 100K on the other side. Asmongold, like this is the thing that a lot of people actually watched. It was the most unemployed Super Bowl of all time.
Yep.
And obviously, I'm going to be talking about that. I'm going to be talking about some aspects of it because, like, I do feel apologetic. In some ways, I feel kind of sad because my goal yesterday, as you guys probably noticed or you probably heard ahead of time because I kept saying it over and over again, was to have a conversation around the actual situation that matters, which is Israel's mass starvation campaign, and also how my former podcast co-host has like handled himself throughout this process with like an endless sea of harassment, right? Endless sea of harassment towards people that don't have the same perspective that he does. I guess the apology that I want to start off with is that, you know, I think I should have redirected it further. I think I should have redirected the conversation back to the issues that matter a little bit further. But there were definitely instances where I just like kind of let him get away with saying things and then moving on, even though he was very clearly lying about those things. And I had evidence, I had the information, I could have just pulled it up, but it was very difficult to pull up some of the information. He didn't want me to like show my side all that much. Ultimately, he did most of the work making himself look a certain way to the onlookers. But I do believe that, like, I believe personally, because I have a very high bar here for myself, that I wanted to clear in terms of actually getting to the issues that matter and not letting anything get away with by, you know, saying things like that he is actually against the genocide and that he is actually admitting to it being a genocide. Because his behavior did not make sense. His behavior was inconsistent. And there was also some issues that I wanted to get to, the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism that we didn't actually talk about as well. I don't know. I go back and forth on thinking whether or not Ethan genuinely and legitimately thinks I'm anti-Semitic because of the way he's presented himself. I still land on him him hating me and then just wanting there to be a good reason for him to hate me beyond the fact that his fan base turned on him and it hurt his feelings because they did not see him as like an intellectual beacon who had the morally correct position on Israel, Palestine, and they didn't treat him with a bit of grace and baby him through the process because the situation was direct, and the conflict in and of itself, the genocide, is so severe that it's like impossible for people to not have an unnuanced and very straightforward opinion on it. And it's understandable because this is the one thing that is understandable to have a black and white perspective on, right? But yeah, Ethan Klein, regarding the zone of interest comparison, so you're saying everyone living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp? Hassan.
Oh, what did I do? Oh my goodness. Okay. Am I?
still not.
Okay. Sorry, I find this stuff very interesting.
Assuming good faith from Ethan after yesterday, you're too good, King. No, I don't. I did not even expect him to be that good faith in general. I just didn't expect how bad faith he would get. But it doesn't matter because like people who watched it, who already had preconceived notions of Israel Palestine, that have found themselves in this unique slotting ideologically, where they think like Israel's doing a genocide, but also everyone that's resisting against said genocide are also bad.
No.
This is an interesting position that American liberals have because of the endless amount of Islamophobic sentiment, the Western chauvinism that has been baked into their collective consciousness. Every single militancy, every single organization, every single standing military that has ever resisted against Western forces is always in the wrong until time has passed and they've maybe won some concessions or liberated their country. At which point it's appropriate. But while it's happening, while we're in the process, it's the age-old adage: liberals are for every civil rights movement except the current one. Liberals are for every single anti-war movement except the current one. Yeah, people go, IDF and Hamas are in the wrong. It's not a hard concept, but it actually is an incredibly unnuanced position to take, because no, they're not both in the wrong. It's not a hard concept. One is a significantly worse group than the other.
Well, one is also doing their legal obligation to resist genocide, you know? Not a legal obligation, but it's in their rights, you know, as humans to resist occupation, you know? Somewhere in the international standards or something.
IDF being the significantly worse group. And
international
the
laws.
reality of the matter is, many people don't want to recognize that, even though it is objectively true. I hope.
Yeah, because like all my life, I like was so interested in like World War II for some reason. I'd consume so much World War II. I watched what's that? Those documentaries by like that one dude that was on like Netflix. I'd be so interested in like, you know, that's a finished story, you know. Package that up, put it up into, you know, here's a clear definition of good guys, bad guys. And after the story is like, oh, we took the bad guys in because they knew how to build rockets. They were building rockets, and we didn't really say much about their politics. Didn't really do anything about it because, you know, they're American now. They're American. They built a rocket. They did it for us. So might as well let them roam free.
Hope that 14-month subscriber understands my position on this, because there is no comparison between the Israeli occupying force and Hamas, especially because Hamas is a militant resistance group against the apartheid that is maintained by the Israeli occupying force. That is the major problem. I'll give you what the areas that I think were just like super dominant throughout the entire conversation, and I'll tell you what my biggest L's were. In terms of the areas where my biggest, I guess, quote unquote W's were, there are, I believe, around 7, if not more, instances where Ethan basically agreed to my position and even went as far as to apologize for things that he has done in the past. So that's fairly significant. Most of it was from the context nuke, and I think that,
and he still wants him to watch it. Ethan is still begging Hassan to watch the rest of it. Please, when is he gonna get to it? When is he gonna get to it?
Something to just like lightly cast aside, especially considering that this is supposed to be his pivotal work that he put a lot of effort and research into, or even with the ADL example. Like, or even the CPS call. I was like, and what's interesting about that is he had to basically admit that he had no evidence whatsoever that it was actually coming from my community at all, or even the snark subreddits. Oh, by the way, this chatter saying, honestly, your only L was calling Gila, getting him to admit Gila is a terrorist or something. No, the reason why I brought that up.
Was that even an L? Like, you don't expect somebody to go, yeah, okay, my wife's a terrorist. Like, oh my god, dude, why would you fucking say that, dude? You know she was probably watching. You know they probably had an argument about it. It's like, holy moly, dude. And when it comes to Lowe's family, you can't shut up. It's crazy.
Was to expose the double standard, to showcase Ethan's Islamophobia, Ethan's racism in this process, because it plays a big role. I don't have the attitude, and I tried to explain to him over and over again, like, what Gila had done was a night raid, and the only reason why I know what that looks like, what a night raid looks like, and what the actual express purpose of the Israeli occupying force is in conducting those night raids is because of Breaking the Silence. Breaking the Silence is an Israeli philanthropic organization, an Israeli organization that works against the occupation, and it's comprised entirely of former Israeli occupying force veterans. So, of course, I have interviewed people who have been a part of the Israeli occupying force, as well as interviewed people that have been conscientious objectors. So I don't actually hold people's social conditioning when they're young against them. I think that would be silly. It is entirely the opposite of my worldview. It goes against my worldview. I believe everyone can change their attitude.
That was weird. But yeah, I really like those interviews because it's like, you see, like, especially like that in terms of that 17, I think there were 17, like, going to be conscripted into the Israeli army, and they're like, no, I'm not going to do that. I see what's going on, and, you know, that, honestly, even that, like, you can see that as self-preservation, because what they're going to go through is something that no one should. Being a tool for a genocidal army, you know? That's crazy. I mean, it's like, props to them, especially standing up to, like, what? I mean, they get jailed. They basically get jailed after that. After they just say, no, I don't want to.
Everyone can change their mentality. My frustration was twofold. One, that he, on the one hand, washed that aside by saying she was 19, it's forced mandatory conscription, but then also simultaneously would turn around and smear a dude and call him a fucking terrorist, which a lot of people still keep claiming over and over again. If you want to get it right, you can get it right. I don't have an issue with, even if he was a Houthi, I would not have an issue with interviewing him, for the record, as I've said over and over again. Yeah.
It's like going up to an 18th century or whatever kid saying, hey, I hear you're a supporter of the American army. Was it the redcoats and the bluecoats? I forget which side is. But, like, you know, on the American side, they're like, hey, what are you doing supporting these crazy guys dropping tea into a harbor, blowing up like British ships, you know? Are you gonna support them? Are you supporting these guys? Supporting the British? Like, we all can, like, everybody in America was, like, taught that basic, like freedom story, you know? It's imprinted. They're like, yep, we gotta teach this. This is what we gotta teach, and then now they're like, no. The freedom, the people that are chasing freedom, they're the bad guys.
Yeah, I know you were trying to say how can you call Rashad a terrorist, for instance, but not Hila to get him to understand the double standard. But it seems like you were just trying to call Hila a terrorist, I think. No, because I did say exactly those words, but I guess it gets lost in the conversation when the impact point is getting Ethan to say that his wife could be considered a terrorist just to move on. Yeah, and he asked me how I feel about that as well, and I tried to explain to him, like, I don't hold people's past actions against them as long as they have learned and have grown from their previous positions, because I understand, as someone who lives in the Western world, as someone who lives in America, I understand how powerful social conditioning is. I understand how someone who's 18 years old will join the Israeli Defense Force from their perspective, right? I get that. I totally understand that. But through the cruelty of their actions, like, they should recognize that this is wrong, or at least 10, 20 years down the line, they don't still maintain the position that what they did was good and that still continuously defend the Israeli occupying force. People, even leftists, seem to be struggling with the conversation around sexual assault in relation to the conflict. So those are the two L's that I'm gonna talk about. One, the conversation revolving mass sexual assault, systematic sexual assault directed by Hamas. I will be talking about that extensively. And then the other conversation that I think got lost in the weeds was, I feel like we talked past one another on the Avi Shlaim point, on the point about the Nakba being compared to expulsion and also voluntary migration of Jewish people from surrounding Arab nations. And I think on that one, we definitely talked past one another, and I want to, like, go back and relitigate it, or I want to go back and understand Ethan's position, because I think one of the main points of contention here always is the fact that Ethan will present my position in the worst possible framework to make it seem as though I don't believe certain things that he's bringing forward. And the reality of the matter is, there's never been a moment where I have denied that there has not been expulsions of Jewish people or pogroms of Jewish people, especially in the aftermath of 1948, especially in the aftermath of the Nakba. This is something that I have talked about as well over and over and over again. But the problem, there's two problems with Ethan's framework. One, that he believes that I'm denying that Jews were harmed in this process in surrounding Arab nations. I'm not denying that at all. What I'm simply stating is that the trigger point of this all is the Nakba, which is a planned and executed deliberate ethnic cleansing campaign, which is done by one singular ideology, as opposed to the reaction of that from surrounding Arab nations cannot be compared to one another, especially when you factor in the reality that some of these surrounding Arab nations and MENA nations weren't even autonomous at that point. They were literally under the rulership of Vichy France at a certain point, or they were literally under the rulership of under the control of England at a certain point. So the notion that these countries had this organic or collective, hive-minded anti-Semitism that manifested and exploded is utterly ridiculous in comparison to a planned and deliberate mass expulsion campaign. And the Palestinians had nothing to do with the surrounding Arab nations in any way, shape, or form, regardless. These are totally separate countries. But the reality of the matter is, he could not see beyond the fact that they were Arabs. And I think a bastardization of Avi Shlaim's perspective to drive home that point, because he got someone to basically clip from his latest book and his commentary, key points that make it seem as though Avi Shlaim's ultimate perspective is that Arabs were forced to become Zionist is I think a great misunderstanding of a historian that has spent most of his work talking against that. His big point is, you know how there's a double Holocaust or a double genocide theory that a lot of neo-Nazis immediately implemented in the aftermath of World War II. This is known by scholars of history as the double genocide theory, that like the USSR also did a genocide, and actually their genocides were far larger in scale and number, and therefore they are the worst party in World War II. It's a way to try to whitewash and launder the reputation of Germany, Nazi Germany. A similar perspective took place in Ethan's commentary, which is the double Nakba almost. Yeah, here's Spencer Gabb saying, I read the first 2 chapters of The Three Worlds after the debate. Avi Shlaim literally describes the fallacy of a double Nakba like this. The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of the two communities. The narrative is not history, it is propaganda of the victors. Read this excerpt highlighted from the same Avi Shlaim Ethan misquoted. Yeah, this is from Three Worlds, Memoirs of an Arab Jew, and this is from the prologue. It is impossible to make sense of this history without the regional context. Post-1950 Arab, Jewish, or Mizrahi history becomes a part of Israel's history and as such is divorced from its wider regional environment. Zionists are only obsessively interested in the first phase of the Arab-Jewish history. They are profoundly uninterested in the second. Interested in the first phase is driven not by the search for truth, but by propaganda need to portray the Jews as victims of the endemic Arab persecution, a portrayal that is then used to justify Israel's own atrocious treatment of the Palestinians. A rich, fascinating, and multidimensional history is thus reduced to the quest for ammunition to use in the ongoing war against the Palestinians. This trend reached its climax with the manufacture of the narrative of the Jewish Nakba. According to this narrative, the forced exodus of 850,000 Jews from Arab countries after 1948 amounted to a catastrophe, a Jewish Nakba, at least on par with, if not more devastating in its consequences than the Palestinian Nakba. Variously called the Forgotten Exodus, the Forced Exodus, or the Double Exodus. The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of the two communities. This narrative is not history, it is propaganda of the victors. There has never been a moment where I have discounted that there was anti-Semitism that took place, especially during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements, where a lot of these Arabic countries that had aligned themselves with European colonial at the time in an effort to develop sovereignty and nations.
You think Ethan right now, he's still in the doghouse? She's definitely really mad at Ethan right now. I think maybe that's why he's been so snappy. He misses his boyfriend. As in a boy that's a friend. Not like as in boyfriend. But you know, misses his friend. His wife's mad at him.
States, even though they previously were under the rulership of the empire, for example, they did do that, and that was a big part of this pan-Arabic nationalist movement that created these nation states to begin with. Nation states whose boundaries were carefully constructed by Western superpowers. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas the Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. My book is both a personal record of a complex past and an essay with a political argument. It is a critique of Zionism from the perspective that is rarely heard outside of Israel. So, like, his pivotal work that Ethan was misquoting unironically seeks to address the argument that Ethan falsely presented in his context nuke, which is why I said I will have Avi Shlaim on. I'm working on it right now with some of my friends to get him on the broadcast to address this with his own personal words. Problem is lowest common denominator audience response to quick gotchas, and I hate any nuance. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think that there was plenty of quick gotchas as well. It's just like it's one that I was able to achieve plenty of. The problem is no one really cares about that either, because everyone is invested in the conquest of drama. Everyone is invested in the conquest of like their favorite content creator, or maybe not even their favorite content creator, but like content creator that's going up against their content creator that they despise. Me in this case. That's why I saw this phenomenon of neo-Nazis, like active neo-Nazi accounts,
I guess I'll finish
openly singing the praises of Ethan Klein, a Jewish man, right? There were so many
I don't want to end
out
it,
and
but
about neo-Nazi
like,
accounts on
and
Twitter that were like,
watching
this
the video
Jew
to, like,
destroyed
play
the
Final Fantasy.
Islamo-Turk, shit like that. And the conversation revolved around him
I want to
saying
finish
that
the
like
video,
this,
but I also
the
want to
bleach sword
listen
was
to what
anti-Semitic,
Hassan
or
say.
Frogan's thumbnail was anti-Semitic.
God,
Like these
it's
are
so
not conversations that neo-Nazis would normally entertain at all. The reason why they were entertaining it was precisely because they like, oh, this is it. This is what I was literally talking about. Literal, actual neo-Nazis handshaking with Ethan Piker coming back from the debate with H3H3. This person's name is Haya Saka Aryan, Kaguya's top gal, a straightforward neo-Nazi, right?
Oh my God.
Does this not ring any alarm bells in Ethan's mind as a person who is Jewish,
Also, chat,
who has
if you
Jewish
wanna go
children,
watch
who
Hassan's
is seeing
stream,
the
since he's
growth
streaming now,
of anti-Semitism
with
on
me.
the timeline, not realizing that these guys actually are more invested, perhaps for
Boy's
some
gonna go
nefarious
buck
purpose,
wild today.
in undermining me and my position here. I wonder what that reason is. I wonder why. I wonder why
Hold
so
up.
many people who will spam W Hitler in chats are on board with what Ethan was saying. I don't think that any of these guys are going to recognize this though, because it's so hyper specific to Ethan's own anger. And for guys like this, I don't think this person likes Ethan. I mean, they're a neo-Nazi, right? Like they probably spot Ethan. Many of the content creators, the drama slop tubers, have actually shit on Ethan quite frequently and generated tens of millions of views off of shitting on Ethan, sometimes anti-Semitically shitting on Ethan as well. And why are they now on board with Ethan? Is it because my argument is awful and I am just completely wrong? Is it because they disagree? No, it's because this is an opportunity for them to try and actively undermine the position of someone who they see as an ideological opponent. And they do not see Ethan as an ideological opponent in this regard. If his community doesn't recognize that they're now welcoming these kinds of reactionary sentiments, and that's not ringing any alarm bells for them, it would be akin to me unironically aligning myself with Myron Gaines and Sneeko and Candace Owens, right? Or Dan Bilzerian. These are people with massive audiences, but I don't align myself with them. I actually spend a good deal of time actually shitting on their positions as well. This is something that I don't think the drama girlies will understand. That is a major issue here. Your sexual assault argument was the worst one to me as a survivor, but I've heard you talk about it, so I know where you're coming from. It did sound like you relied on court cases for sexual assault, which is ass, but watching your previous VODs, I know where you stand. No, I'm gonna get to that in a second as well. Because if you noticed, he did something very nefarious there. The short and sweet of it on that one was the shocking display of disingenuousness from Ethan on that part, where he said that I was denying the atrocity propaganda that Israel has committed when saying that Hamas-directed systematic rape took place on October 7. This is atrocity propaganda that is not new. This has happened throughout all kinds of settler colonial conquest. This is
All
what
right, we're gonna listen to it
This
and play.
is Pod
No,
5, the first
don't do this
fully
to me.
immersive sleep
YouTube.
system. Intelligent.
This is what the
I'm so
American
brain
settlers
broken,
said
I
about
need
the
to do two
indigenous
things at once.
population, right? This is what the Klan said about black people. This is
Jesus
always that
Christ.
you have to dehumanize to justify to the rest of the people that like the violence that you are going to subject them to is totally permissible. They're savages. They're barbaric, rapist savages. It is a trope for a particular reason.
Yep.
It is unironically the weaponization of sexual assault.
Yep.
The reason why I also found it particularly gross was because he demonstrated that he didn't even care about what I was saying, or he didn't even care about what anyone was saying in that regard. Simply was just like, oh, you're going to speak over this victim? You're going to speak over this victim? When in fact, the video that he showed of me prior to the victim speaking out was literally me recognizing said victim. There's never been a moment where I've said that there was no rape that took place. That especially after October 7, I've always maintained the position that there is a likelihood that sexual assaults might have happened on October 7. But the problem here is that Israel has actually destroyed the evidence and made it impossible. And his counter to that was, oh, out of the dignity for the victims, there was no time for forensic examination. And that's ridiculous because you want justice to be served for the victims. The circumstantial evidence in this regard is not the same kind of circumstantial evidence you see in criminal litigation in an American court. This is a preliminary investigation that is supposed to open up the door to a full-blown investigation by the United Nations. That investigation has been blocked of Israel. That is what I was maintaining here. And the reason why it's important to note that is because a lot of the circumstantial evidence that they've actually brought forward in the UN report, by Israel's own admission, has now been undermined through forensic examination. When you saw gruesome images from October 7 and people pointed to them to say like, no, this person has been raped. And then those people, the ones that weren't actually killed in the process, came out and said that that did not happen to them. This directly undermines and showcases the importance of going beyond circumstantial evidence in terms of like analysis of footage, especially when considering that there was plenty of atrocities that took place on October 7. I've never discounted that. It is one of the most horrifying live streamed massacres before what Israel did, of course, which is infinitely more horrifying than October 7, considering what Israel's been doing is a systematic, full-blown execution of all Palestinians and their lives in the Gaza Strip with significantly more sophisticated machinery. But having said that, considering that this was almost entirely live streamed, there was a lot of evidence that instantly undermined secondhand accounts that took place on that day. The worst part of this was he actually showcased the claims made by someone who I also have recognized, who I've never actually undermined the testimony of. Amit Shoshana, I believe, is her name. And the victim that he pointed to was one that I had actually talked about in the video that he showed. Prior to that. And then he claimed that she actually had been sexually assaulted on October 7 and was one of the victims from October 7.
Oh, Lord.
This is an important distinction to make.
I mean,
he tried to present this as like me denying rape.
I won't.
When in fact, I was talking about a totally different subject. When people say believe all women, that is understand.
I feel like it's good to say like, don't feel obligated to watch me if you want to watch something else, do something else. Life's complicated, But listen to Hassan a little bit more. Keep playing some games. But like have them in the background for me. Kinda. But I'm gonna watch this too.
The whole point of Me Too is to not reflexively disbelieve women, because that's precisely what people do. There's never been a moment where I've reflexively disbelieved a victim that came out. My question to Ethan was, who are these victims? What are their names that have come out? Okay. Because you might know something that I do not know from all of the things that I have read on this matter. And the secondary position that I have maintained always, which Ethan at a certain point also recognized that he went back on, is the fact that even if there's an endless amount of evidence and it's like verifiable, there have been mass that took place, Israel's reaction is still unjustifiable. You cannot do a genocide. You cannot do a genocide on an entire population that you are the belligerent occupier of, because militancy in that process conducted sexual assaults. That is completely unacceptable. Nothing will make genocide acceptable. That is my position. That has always been my position. In the aftermath of that segment, he openly recognized that he had lied, and he had actually smeared me as someone who did not recognize that sexual assault had taken place at any point. That is not true. And the part about this that I find unconscionable is the fact that he also turned around and made it seem as though the testimony that she delivered was one that I was actually diminishing, when it was one that I actually had recognized. But then he turned around and used her as an example for October 7, a point that he was trying to make, which was that mass had taken place on October 7, and there were victims that had come out. There have not been, from what I have seen, if you recall, I think something very nefarious took place in the aftermath of October 7, as you guys know. Obviously, there were plenty of atrocities that Israel could point to, but they needed more, which is precisely the reason why they engaged in atrocity propaganda, right? 40 beheaded babies, babies lit on fire with kerosene, and all of this stuff that took place. Many of them were immediately discounted, right? Many of them were immediately discounted by Israeli media, as a matter of fact. And the reason for why they did that was because these are real victims. These are real victims that were slaughtered, right? So obviously, if you're Israeli media, you have to give them the dignity. You have to give their family members the dignity of understanding what took place. The only one that actually was left without any sort of counter position was Hamas-backed systematized rape that took place on October 7. And I believe the reason why a lot of people were wary of immediately countering that position is because everyone else, of course, like there's partially a high because they just don't like pay attention to the news at all, not because it was supposed to be a 24-hour suspension, as I mentioned. on conflicts. This is my position as well. This is what I said as well over and over again. Ironically enough, yeah, we're back. Many of the clips that he was actually clipping out of Daddy's context, home. I was Daddy's debating home, other ladies and chatters gentlemen. saying We're back. there's We're still live. a We're likelihood live, that and I'm going to tell you all about my personal news, on because October 7, obviously because this that is is part of the commonplace broadcast for all the parasocialists in out all there. conflict. For all the
Anyway,
parasocialists out
for the
there
record,
who
like,
want to know
the reason
what
why I
took
brought up
place
the
between
40
the
beheaded
time period where I
babies
press
and
the stop
flame
streaming
babies and the
button
crib
and
stuff is
press
because
the
Ethan and
start
Hila have brought that up
streaming
far
button, so help me God,
after it
that's
was
what I'm gonna
already
do. I'm gonna
been,
tell you
it was
all about it for
officially
all the parasocialists
recognized
out
as
there.
Did you Subway Surfer
propaganda
gameplay?
that did
Yes.
not take place.
They went on a
Yes.
mission to kill as
It
many
was
people as they
literally
can,
banned.
no matter
Ready?
who it
Banned
is.
a lot
Are you
of,
ready for
Slaughter
Subway
as
Surfer
many people
gameplay?
as they could until they were
Automatically,
stopped.
if
The
they had
mission
their
was to kill
subscriptions
civilians.
yesterday,
You can see their war plans. They
you know,
went specifically
they
to
weren't able to do
Kibbutzim
so.
to kill
So,
the inhabitants there. Those are not
resubscribe
military
today
compounds.
They
if you
blamed
forgot to
cribs
do that.
with
Anyway,
babies in them.
yeah, I
on
mean-
but
fire
ladies and
stuff like
gentlemen,
what are we
folks,
talking about?
boys,
They
girls,
went on a mission.
MBs, like lit babies on fire and stuff like that's not real. That's just like why is
back.
that still
You
happening?
weren't?
You know what I mean? Why
I'm
are
back.
people
Dude,
still
you
saying
Streamer
that
University?
this is
I
supposed to
didn't
be
actually
watched
it,
and I actually liked it quite a bit.
Like, do you see what I mean?
My
This doesn't make
sense with
on what I
the
thought was going to happen.
attitude that Ethan demonstrated yesterday, or at least like some of the things that he said yesterday.
More first-hand accounts. There's even a person that survived the Nova disaster. They managed to survive it, and then I think maybe a year later, or a few months later, they ended up committed suicide because they couldn't bear to live having seen what what they saw on that day.
Is there more than one person?
Saturday,
It might be more. For some reason, I don't know the exact number. I know there's for sure one that I know for sure, but there might be more.
It was supposed to be a fun
I mean, the
day.
kind of stuff that they saw was like
Saturday
rape,
fun day,
gang rape,
mutilation.
And I ended the broadcast with a video game. I played
they
a
had
video
to witness
game,
that and could
a
not
browser
bear
game. Yeah. So this is
afterwards.
like
They weren't first.
This
I played
is
a browser
game
game
called
it should be
Design and
right
Claymore.
here.
No festival
Here it
survivors
is.
gang killed
This
themselves
is
because
if
they
you
couldn't
wanna
deal with
see
the
it.
trauma. She
It's
cites
the
this as
hardest
part of
game
her
I've ever
version of
played.
genocidal
It's
atrocity
on
propaganda, saying there's so much
my,
evidence for it. She's referring to a suicide letter that was posted online claiming this over 6
on
months
my
ago,
YouTube if
which
you
has
wanna
been
go
debunked
take a
as a
look
hoax
at
by
it.
Israeli reporters a day after it came out.
and
Even
right
Hen
after
Mazik
that
and other
game was over,
Zionist
I
propagandists
embarrassingly
who shared this
ended the broadcast
initial
in
report
disgrace
were
because,
forced
like,
to retract it.
it was just too goddamn hard. It was too
No!
goddamn hard for me.
And we're turning up some fun with Chili Churn.
It
Let's
was
lay
too
down
goddamn
some-
hard for
6
me.
months after the fact
And
that
I was
this
embarrassed I ended the
suicide
broadcast.
letter
We
was
need slime.
revealed to be a hoax.
A slime video in
and
the
was
corner
retracted
too.
by Israeli media. Hila is still
Something weird
using it
happened.
as a point in her
I was in the
commentary
other
to,
room,
to justify
and I
to
heard
justify all the things that
my
unfolded.
computer
This is what I mean. Here
Start
it is.
playing
This is Adam
some
Schaffer,
audio
a
of
story
like
that ran in recent days about a Nova survivor who
like
saw
a tab
horrors
that
and
I've
committed
left
suicide,
open.
did not leave a single
Sometimes
dry
it
eye
happens
after trying to
randomly.
retract.
Twitter
After
will
trying to reach the family,
randomly
tell the
restart
story.
the
The search
audio.
turned into an investigation.
And
We will
the dog
reveal
started
tonight in
barking,
the tube
and I ran
that
over to
it is
the
a complete
PC
fake.
to
It is not clear
turn
what brings
off
people to invent like this, but the
this
cheap
tab,
and
and I
real plight of
realized I had
survivors and the
been
play with the souls of others
logged
is
out
simply
of
disgusting.
all of my
Do you
accounts. Lo and
understand?
behold,
Like, this is a real weaponization of sexual trauma.
And it was
This is a real
shocking,
weaponization of
normally there are
fabricated
you
stories.
know what I mean? Normally when I
for
do
the
something
record,
that's like
with
ban-worthy
Amit Sosana,
or
with
something
Amit
that's like
Sosana
even teetering
and her
on the edges of a
testimony,
ban,
this is
or
where
when
I
people
disagree
like
with,
get really mad
Zay
about
Squirrel
something and it
because
starts going
it
viral
falls
on
into
Twitter,
weeds here
and then there's like a lot of
because,
public pressure.
Their perspective on
Usually
this is that
that's how it
she
goes.
never said
Like,
it
that's
was rape.
the
She said it was
previous
sexual
pattern.
assault. I don't care that
Right?
I don't
say
care to make
something,
the
people clip
distinction
it,
between the two.
gets posted
Okay,
on LSF or
you
gets
can get
posted on
mad at me
Twitter,
if you want, but I do think
and
that
then
it's
it turns
valid
into
to
like a much larger
take
ordeal,
her
and then
testimony
Twitch
as it
has
is,
to
even if
react to it.
even if
Twitch
she
has
has
to react
changed
to
it
it
throughout
in a
this
way where
time.
it's like,
Now,
you know,
the other side of this was
in a
the
way where they
Zaka
just
people
obviously
that was used in the
stand
Sheryl
aside
Sandberg
and,
documentary.
defend me.
The Zaka people that were used in the
So,
Sheryl Sandberg documentary
I didn't even know
were known
what the
to be
reason was
fabulous.
this time,
They were
'cause
known.
it was
They were
shocking.
outed
Like,
by
it was, like,
Israeli
weird.
media
I was
once
like,
again
what the
to
what is
have
going on?
lied.
What's up
Look
with this
carefully
ban?
how Sandberg withdraws back from
Well,
more.
it
Yeah,
turns
so
out it
that's
was
the other
because
side
I
of
had
it.
read
Subway
the
service
manifesto.
addict.
Even used one
The
of the
manifesto
parts of the Sheryl Sandberg
Elias
documentary. For the
Gonzalez,
record,
the
I'm never
shooter
going to
of
automatically
the,
discount new information.
Israeli
If
embassy,
new information
right?
has come
The
out that I
Israeli
was
embassy
oblivious to,
staffers
that I was
that were shot
unfamiliar
and
with.
killed by
Press
Elias
New York
Gonzalez.
Times
I
doing
read
this
his
again.
manifesto
Is
now.
really hostage says
I
she was
always
sexually assaulted and
read
tortured.
the manifestos
I mean,
of
I don't think
shooters.
that's a fake news. Hassan is a by.
What I do
that is like the
by trade,
most
what I do
credible
by profession
reporting on
is literally
a
to
direct sexual
go
assault
through
from
common points of misinformation, both coming from mainstream media
talk
and
about
both coming
why you are
from
disputing these claims
psychotic
in the first place. That they are used to support genocide. I feel like we can't definitively say what the scale of sexual violence was or wasn't on 10/7, so we can't seem counterproductive.
I do this all the time.
Lead on individual
Obviously, I
cases
don't cover
disproving one or the
breaking
other.
news,
Don't
but
roll over, but also
my
don't get
job
too in
is
the weeds.
to
No, you're absolutely
look
correct.
at all
You're absolutely
of the
correct.
narratives that are out there,
100%. Because
and go through them and critically examine them and try to figure out what the truth
Hamas,
is.
like systematic rape conducted by Hamas, or even
and that's precisely what I was doing. Part of the reason why I read the manifesto was because there was
sorry,
what
this
was
is
doing
so
to the
weird.
Western
entertaining the
world.
notion that it was
To the
potentially a
Western
false
world,
flag
it was
attack.
not enough in their from their framework,
And
from
I
their
wanted
perspective,
to see
that,
if there
like,
was
they
any
were doing a
veracity to these
genocide,
claims, and I read the
because
manifesto,
of all
as I've done
the
time and time
real
again.
violence and the
And,
atrocities.
by the way,
that
I
took
detailed
place.
all
Like,
the
that
stuff
wasn't
that I'm
enough.
basically
So they had to do
relitigating
the
here on my
barbaric
last YouTube video. If you haven't
trope.
watched it, you
Nazis
should.
themselves have done similar
it's so
things. Like Bloody
serious.
Sunday, the Klan has done
I guess
similar
that
things
was
with mass
bannable
lynchings
offense.
that took
I hope
place. And race
they
riots,
change
or
this
rather
policy
not race
because I
riots,
think
but like
it's a really
pogroms
bad
that took place
policy.
against Black Wall Street, the bombing of Tulsa.
Like,
if you recall, the
I
bombing
think
of
that-
Tulsa revolved around.
I think that
the same
policy
old
of like,
tropes
oh, you
about
can't look at a
how
manifesto.
Black men are
because there's a couple
violent,
different things
promiscuous
that
sexual
they
beings,
literally have
and that
verbatim
it was
as a
elevated.
policy
that existing,
that
pre-existing
I
stereotype, that white
am
supremacist
always annoyed by.
stereotype was utilized
One of them
in the
is,
bombing of
like,
Black Wall Street and the bombing of Tulsa. Emmett Till is
there's,
another example. Like, this is precisely
any kind of
why
disseminated information
I think it's
that
important
they
to also
consider to be, like,
carefully go through
terrorism
these claims that are being
will
made.
get you
And I think
dinged up,
Ethan, on
even
the
if
other
it's
hand, was
perfectly
incredibly
fine.
careless in the claims that
Even
he
if
was
it's
being,
perfectly
in the
fine
claims
on
that he was
Twitter,
making,
even if it's perfectly
especially
fine
when
on
he
YouTube,
literally
like,
found
Twitch has a
himself
way more
in a
rigorous
lie
application
and
in
openly
terms of
admitted that he
service,
was lying about
and they
my
will actually
analysis
punish
over
you
the
for it,
subject
which I
matter.
think is
But it
silly.
didn't even matter to him to openly state that he was lying
They
and
changed it because
smearing
of
me,
you the first
as
time
he
when people
did
wanted your
in,
head for the
like,
Houthi
in real
video.
time.
No,
on
no,
this
that
issue,
was
because he knew
always
that that
existence.
ultimately
I think
there would
that
be
shouldn't be
clips
the case.
that
Like,
would
I
get
think I
pumped
should be able to
all over
watch
the
those
timeline.
types of
literally
videos.
watching two
Continue
songs.
the narrative. Continue the narrative. Act like it was. Act like Ethan had actually presented real information. The only information that the only verifiable claim that he put forth was literally
in of itself is
a
already
claim that I
arbitrary.
also had read through
and there's
had
plenty of academic
kept repeating over and over again. How do you, General you, try and identify real anti-Semites who hide behind the term Zionism?
Like it's arbitrary
so easy for these actual racists just use Zionism
depending on what the State Department has decided is like terrorism is silly.
Whenever motherfuckers start talking about the Talmud, that's a really good example. Whenever motherfuckers hyper focus on Mossad
where the old
doing
streams, if you can't
any sort of like
my
blackmailing
VODs, it's
operation,
probably
which is true,
because
they
I've just got
right?
unbanned and it
but
takes a while.
Only talk about Mossad. Whenever people talk about the But,
mutually beneficial relationship between the United States of America and Israel, and make it seem as though Israel is the party
talking
that
about
controls
why
the
I got
United States of
banned.
America. Is the Israeli lobby very
24-hour
influential in American politics?
suspension.
Absolutely. Are there a lot of Jewish
Talking
advocacy
about
groups that masquerade as Jewish
reason
advocacy groups when in fact their sole purpose
why
of
I got
existence is to
banned.
either do social conditioning for Zionism
Trump
or directly defend the state of Israel,
bloody
as we have
poo.
seen in this past year in the way that
Crazy
even like the
Ukraine
Congress of
strikes.
Rabbis have basically weaponized their religious status as a means
Israel
to criticize
blows
other
up
Jews that are speaking out against this
another
genocide. I'll tell you what, a lot of anti-Semites, from what I have
proposal
seen, that masquerade as people who are anti-Zionist, they
Trump
will
admin
inevitably
starts
always
looking
reveal their
like
true
Biden.
perspective. Anti-Semites
Lincoln
love
2.0
noticing things,
and
like they'll point to
more
their nose to be like, this is
now.
another dog whistle. Like, also,
Please
ask
leave
them
Twitch
about
so
the
I can delete
Holocaust.
this
That's
garbage
another thing.
app. That's the funniest way to
Anti-Semites
demand that I
cannot
leave Twitch.
Stop
I
themselves. I find it crazy. 70% of your coverage is about America being demonic for allowing this, and 30% highlighting the atrocities that Israel commits. Yet somehow get tarred as being anti-Semitic.
I've spent years and years on this platform.
The reason why that happens, for the record,
community, I would like to make sure that
you want to know why that happens? Ethan actually revealed that in a really funny and really selfish way in our conversation.
But,
in our conversation, where I asked him dead on, like, why do you care less about Candace Owens, who you and I both agree is anti-Semitic, going on Theo Vaughn than someone like myself? Ethan in that conversation turned around and said,
The Brandonization
does anyone have the
of Trump
clip?
is-
That he
is upon us, for
respects
sure.
Candace Owens and that he respects Nicholas
in any
Fuentes
case.
because they are out and about anti-Semites.
Oh, YouTube doesn't have offliner chat.
gonna answer.
No, I know.
I'm gonna
I
answer.
know. YouTube has a lot of.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way
There's
more
issues with
insidious
YouTube as
because
well.
it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there.
Interesting
Nobody
how he
knows
acted so
what's his
tough.
stance
Now
on
he's the same as
Israel.
Biden.
Candace Owens'
That's
stance
not
on Israel. But
surprising.
you're tricky. What you do is deny the
That's
heritage
not
of Middle
surprising.
Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor,
What?
always. Everything.
can you
And by the way,
point
you spent the first part of this debate.
But yeah, I'm
calling me insane
thinking
for
about
what I think most people would perceive as
different
blatant,
avenues.
obvious anti-Semitic
Even I think-
acts.
You see? You
I'm
understand?
thinking about
I
it.
am even more of a
'Cause,
problem
that
than
and the back and
Candace
forth that I
Owens
have
is,
with you
than Nick
guys
Fuentes
is one of the
Why?
most
Because
important
I
aspects of
hide
this.
my anti-Semitism.
This
whereas
process,
they are
this
open
medium.
about their anti-Semitism.
Like the way I
Actual
do
real question:
things.
what will it take for you to stop talking
Otherwise,
about
I'm
Ethan? He
just
apologizes.
like
I mean, this is
a
this is
regular
going to
ass
be,
political
well,
commentator.
as I said
That's
already,
what people do.
I will be
Like,
reacting to the context.
This is the
nuke
most
in real time.
the back and forth
alongside
conversation,
iDubbbz
the community
to-
component for
and
me
maybe
is
some other people
perhaps
as well.
the most significant aspect
live
of
to
commentary
fundraise
and like
for,
what I offer.
not just the Creator Clash in general, but
And,
the charity
YouTube
that they
unfortunately doesn't
want to
have it as
fundraise
good.
for. I will be doing that, and
So,
that will be
I
most
have
likely
to
the
find
last
a
time I
way
talk about
to-
it, unless he turns around and actually tries
I
to
would
do
have to find a way to
more
basically
Hasbro.
make it
Outside of that, it needs to
like
be
make
it needs to
YouTube
reach
streaming,
a
be
level
as
of like
close
Israel
and as
defense that
similar
I
to
think is
Twitch streaming as
unconscionable for me to
possible.
talk about it. Which was my initial
Hassan's
thing.
gonna be
Yeah,
YouTube
it's
streaming.
definitely a
Holy
thought
shit.
It is
in
a
my
negative
mind.
like
Make no
ratio. The
mistake.
extension
More
is
so
fake
than
as
ever
fuck.
before.
What is
because
it? Let's see.
it
What
does
are people
feel
claiming
like-
on my video? What are they saying the like to dislike ratio
It does
is?
feel like
show me,
people are
show
going
me,
pretty crazy
show me
over this.
a link. The currently the extension shows that I have 18,000 likes and 25,000
Here's the,
dislikes. Do you want to know what it actually looks like?
We've
Here's
got
the
passion,
video,
we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something,
which I
you
guess
better
we
believe
can
it's
get
happening.
started with. And then
We
I'll
felt
tell
like
you
our
more
content
about my
was all about
personal
entertainment,
news, about
being
what's
fun,
going on in
but
the
there was
world
also
of
this
Hassan
sort of
Hassan
professional
Abiplaker.
business side.
But,
One of the things that we
basically
knew was
what took
basically
place-
essential was getting our own website, so people would actually
basically
see
what
the
took
proper
place is I got
official
suspended.
group who
Here,
mean
let's watch
business
this
and who can
video.
deliver.
It's enlightening.
And we always had this
And then,
vision of
and then I'll tell
bringing
you all
things into
about
existence
what I
that
did
previously
yesterday.
never been
Because I
seen.
spent yesterday making this video, making a TikTok, and going on a podcast, Joshua Citarello's
So today,
podcast.
how ridiculous to have 50 million followers?
We've watched
We're in
some
the
of Joshua
billions and
Citarello's
tens of billions.
episodes
That's
on
pretty
here
good.
before. Anyway, let's watch.
I don't
That
know all
means
the
I
things
just
that
got
we're
banned.
going to
Hello?
get to do
If
in the
you're
next
watching
year
this,
or
that
5
means
years.
I just
but
got
if
banned.
we can do this
As
as a
in,
job,
I got a temporary
anything's
24-hour
possible.
suspension, and we're back together.
Do you know what's
on
really
this
fun?
Up close and
Making a
personal
website on
YouTube
Wix.
video.
However you
Welcome back.
First check
to
Kayak to search hundreds of travel sites at once and compare hotel prices to find a great deal.
There's a lot of back and forth going on online about why I got banned once again. Well, you might have actually heard the truth.
We can put
I got banned specifically because I covered the motives of the Israeli
worthwhile
embassy staff
extension.
shooter,
I wonder if this will make its way to
Twitch terms of
LSF.
service.
I wonder if this will make its
even
way
if I
to Reddit.
critically examined
Probably
the manifesto, which is precisely what I did. The reason why I read this is specifically so that you understand that like there is a ton of people that are like, no, this is the shooter's actions were directly about finding some Jewish victim to kill. Okay, it's deliberate. It's clear what his reasoning is. You don't have to agree with what he did, and I'm not urging you to. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, but it is deliberate. Ask yourself why the media is not saying that the shooter did this because they were distraught with the violence that they had seen unfolded in Gaza. The reason why I critically examined the manifesto of the Israeli embassy staff shooter was because there was a lot of misinformation taking place, as is the case usually online whenever there's a breaking news story.
For example, Sarah Gorelnik was only 12 when she joined the Partisans,
people's hands
and there were many
through
others
the
among the
news
occupied
media
peoples of the Soviet
process
Union,
by
France, Denmark, and
allowing
the
them
Netherlands.
to think
One of the
critically
greatest
and
anti-Nazi
helping them
films, which is reminiscent of
understand media
Israel,
literacy.
is about
This
this,
is precisely
which is
why I
called
was
Come and
covering
See.
the manifesto.
I've been meaning to actually
that
watch
my
Come
friend
and See
Ken
on the
Klippenstein
broadcast
was
but
able
he also
to
did
find
take credit
and
for the
release.
ban.
Another friend of
And
mine,
also, I
Eric
think
Toller
he
of
literally
the
said,
New York
like,
Times Visual Investigation Unit, had also uncovered the manifesto of the shooter around the same exact time, and he had also released it on his Twitter page. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because oftentimes when instances like this happen, the media will take bits and pieces of a manifesto to create a framework around the motive. In this circumstance, the media actually was quite quiet about the manifesto in and of itself. And I think that's newsworthy, but that's not the story here. The story is that I got banned for it. I got temporarily suspended because this is a part of the Twitch terms of service. You are not allowed, as it dictates right here in front of me, to even show a violent extremist manifesto on stream while denouncing it. This, I think, is not good for news and press freedom. And I said on Twitter, I'll take the suspension, but I hope Twitch changes its policy in the future.
What do you mean?
And I do
if you think
believe
I'm
they
a terrorism
might.
supporter for that reason,
how do
then
we
yeah,
get
I'm a
here?
terrorism
Especially
supporter. What are you
considering
talking
that I
about?
had covered
the Houthis
manifestos
and their
of the
militancy in the
Cybertruck
Red Sea
explosion.
is
First
a
off,
perfectly
I am not under duress
action.
or hostile influence or
What would you
control.
do
My first
if
car
there
was a
was a
2008
genocide
Black Mustang
happening
V6
in your
for verification.
backyard?
The
And
Luigi
Ethan had
Mangione
no answer for
manifesto.
that.
I do
I
apologize
also
for any
said,
strife or
yes, some
traumas,
people
but it had
think
to be
I'm a
done.
terrorist supporter,
Frankly,
and that's
these
on them
parasites
and
simply
not
have
me.
coming.
I
The
also
Wisconsin
maintain the
school
position that
shooter
terrorism is an
manifesto. Some
intentionally
people think
vague
it's pure
definition
nothing,
to
but
deny
because the hate
people
they
their
make, it ends
normal
up
due
killing them without
process.
knowing it, which
To
go right
deny
ahead.
people
I
their
don't mind, but
human
kind of do
rights.
at the
Also,
same time.
the difference
The
between
literacy
Ethan
rates
being
are
called
abysmal
a
in
Zionist
the
and me being
country.
called a
The manifesto
terrorist
of
is
Ryan Ruth.
Ethan is not
This
getting
was an assassination
potentially
attempt on Donald Trump, but I'm so sorry
for
I failed
being
you.
a Zionist.
Wait, how did he know?
I
And
will
also the
most
Israeli
likely
diplomat
at some
shooters
point
manifesto.
I might
The
actually
atrocities
get
committed by
criminally
Israelis against
charged.
Palestine
If this
defy
administration
description
gets
and
everything they
defy
want out of this
quantification.
situation,
Why was
there
this
is a real
different? Why was
threat
this
of
a big
legal
deal? I'm covering all of
persecution
these different
on the other side
manifestos
of this.
on stream,
Please
and I've
stop
never been
being
banned for it.
delusional.
Well, I believe the reason why
It
this
is
was
also
actually
perfectly
a little bit
warranted
different
for people
is
to
because there
call
was a lot
Ethan
of
a
outside
Zionist.
pressure in the
He has
immediate
said he is a
aftermath
Zionist
of
on
this
numerous
shooting.
occasions.
The
He has
ADL,
constantly
Apartheid Defamation
conflated
League's very own
Zionism with
Jonathan
Judaism.
Greenblatt,
Jesus
went
Christ.
on
What are we
CNN
talking
only
about?
hours
This is
after the
so
shooting had taken place
strange.
to
It's
make
so strange. We're acting
incredibly
like we live in a
slanderous
totally
statements about me,
separate
stating
world
that I
for
was
the record.
responsible for this.
We're
My
living in
rhetoric
this one
was
right
responsible
now.
for this.
Where
Let's
in the
take
state
a
of
look.
Michigan,
All of us need to
Attorney
call it
General
out. I'm
Dana
thinking about the
Nessel
New York
directed the
Times.
FBI and local
reoffending?
police
No, I'm
to
not
raid the
literally
homes
going
of
through
pro-Palestinian student
the
activists who
entire
were American
manifesto.
citizens.
Calm down.
They
Doing
really
a
think you
glossy
lost because
profile
Ethan
a
conceded
few
more
weeks
points.
ago
First of all,
of
that's
this
not how a
gamer,
debate works
Hassan
anyway.
Piker, who
But they're saying
regularly
that because they're
employs
looking for any and
awful
every avenue.
genocidal rhetoric
They're also
against
probably
Jewish
going to
people in
say,
the Jewish
well,
state.
Ethan was very loud in the beginning, and that was good actually.
Through
That
and
shows
through. I
power.
do not apply
And then Ethan was more
awful
restrained in the
genocidal
second
language
half,
towards
which shows
Jewish people.
that he was actually,
I don't believe
you know,
that even
cooler.
a genocide
His head
that the
was-
Israeli
cooler heads
government is
prevail.
doing
It's
justifies
just
a
about
genocide to
trying
the
to
Israeli government or
find
the
a
Israeli
narrative
people.
to
I
make
am
it
not
seem
the one
like
who is
the favorite
defending a
contractor did not come
genocidal
across as
state here.
unhinged when
Jonathan Greenblatt
most
is.
people
Having
do.
said that, this slander continued with no pushback from the CNN anchor.
Why be so charitable? Because I know what he's trying to do.
Extremists should not be empowered. Right? People who spout prejudice should not.
I said apartheid. You meant apartheid defense league? Yeah, I noticed. I said apartheid defamation league, which is fine. That also works. when they finally
defend the apartheid and they defend defaming
all the
people.
other people up on the stage.
Be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Here, Jonathan Greenblatt was making an implication that my rhetoric was responsible for this Israeli embassy staffer shooter going out and fighting Israeli embassy staffers and shooting them.
Said something that was
this is ridiculous.
It took
there is
the
no
ADL getting
connection
involved
between
after
me and the
constantly
shooter. The
crying
shooter actually
and also
followed a
your,
bunch of people.
partner
was
in
not
this-
one of them
in this
on Twitter.
crime of
He was
trying
not
to
following me. What the
frivolously
f- do you mean?
deplatform
He was,
Clubhouse
however,
content
following a
creators
bunch
to
of.
reach out to the ADL
I mean, he was
directly, not
following
you,
Joe
but your partner in crime that
you
you
know what I mean?
correspond
To
with,
Jonathan
that you
Greenblatt's
openly
statement, I
corresponding
replied
with. By the
with,
way,
Israel is an
doesn't
apartheid
think
state
it's a
doing a
genocide,
live
for
stream
the record.
genocide.
So I don't
I
know
think
what
it's
the-
wrong and
that's-
dangerous to
the
conflate
goal
these
here is
heinous
simple.
actions
It's to
with Jews
basically
and Judaism.
make sure
The
that no
Apartheid
one who's
Defense
critical
League
of Israel
doesn't
gets to
because
be
they
critical
think
of Israel
they can
and
improve
has a large,
Israel's
prominent
standing by
platform.
silencing its
They will do
critics. It,
anything
however,
and
will not
everything
change the
to
truth,
actively
and this is
suppress
important to
any sort
note
of
because
anti-Zionist
that's
speech.
not where the
And it's
story
even more
ends.
dangerous
During
when
my
anti-Zionist
coverage,
speech
there
comes-
were a lot of people that stated that perhaps the embassy shooter was.
Oh Lord, it's been doing both this whole entire time.
From someone who isn't anti-Semitic, who is against anti-Semitism. So you know what they're doing? You're still charitable.
I am so sorry. That is so dumb. I'm so sorry. Oh Lord, save me from my hell that I made. I'm so cringe. I'm so sorry, chat. Okay, so one source. Final Fantasy source. I didn't realize it would have attached all the audio on my browser. I was hoping it was separated, but whatever. One source. My source. Oh my god. I love this place. Welcome, failed traveler. Care to test your luck with the mini cat pot tickets? Yes. So yeah, if you want to watch Hassan, go watch Hassan. Go watch Hassan, girl. Watch the sun, dude. Watch the sun. Non-binary denomination of your choice. Award. Yay. I already know about that. MGPTT. I love Final Fantasy. Come on, Hassan, you got a dual stream. Okay, this way, this way. What's this guy do? Oh! Everything is rosy. Who's the little? That you? Why are they wearing fishnets? Fashion report unlocked. I have one up. Tune. Mahjong! Mahjong! Every little thing she does is Mahjong. Including the main certain area humans. I want to do Mahjong. Yes, I love Mahjong. Characters 3. Green Dragon. I don't know what I'm doing. Pawn. Run. No, I lost. I think. White Dragon. Red Dragon. Chi. Thoughts. on. One, two. Yeah, this is politics, chat. I have the politics tag on because this is politics. This is political. Richie. Oh, Lord. Oh. Bamboo 4. Dots 3. Sumo. No, I look disappointed. No. Dots 2. That's 3. Chi. Discard 1. Dots 1. Richie. Okay. No way. Oh Lord. I'm offline again? Fuck. No? Run behind. Oh, what's going on? Did it get banned? Oh, it's back. Gee. I don't know what's going on. Steffi Smith, yo, what's up? How are you? Where goes that? 3 minutes ago, all you heard is meows. Meow, meow. Yay. That's good. Been good. I'm here. Oh Lord, he came back. Yep. Triple triad. Oh, no. Okay. All over. Come on. The Challenger. Oh. Oh. God dang it. No. Yeah, we really suck at this. Oh. Can I like actually do any of them? Blue. No. I think I'd definitely do this one. Yes. Get the goob card. Oh my goodness. Hello? Hello? Y'all gamers? Oh yeah. $2,600 motherboards. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, it's good lord. Yeah, I need to get RAM. Download that RAM. Oh lord. Briefs. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta plan it. Little pool. Yeah, just get like a Airbnb then that's next to all that, you know, so he doesn't have to. Yeah. I mean, you're never gonna. I mean, that's why we got skin. We got skin for a reason. Alright, so we're playing headliners? I'm playing some headliner. You know, you could get it on like a USB stick and then like load it through there. Doesn't have to. What you should do is get like a USB, like, or maybe even like a. I know, but like even if you like load headliners, like a couple of like little games that you'd. Yeah. That's the wonders of flash memory. Ooh, nice. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Has he put his standing what was it called, hammock up yet? Or out of his room? Oh yeah. You know what that is? That's actually like a. I mean, as you're downloading that. Yeah. Oh, is that a Firewatch? Holy moly. Oh, the stream. There's a stream. Yeah, Discord is sick. As long as it keeps those features. Yeah. Oh, spicy. Oh, that's a good move. Bringing the especially like in the corner. I mean, it's just a little choppy. It's alright. Yeah, you need to chill out. A little better, yeah. Yeah, spicy gets that. What up, Spice? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what he gets the plans for. Hell yeah, that's beautiful. Oh, my webcam? I can't. What happens if I tried putting on this one? Oh, that one's just green. OBS virtual. Hold on. I don't have. Sleeping. She's sleeping right now. She's sleeping on the bed. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Discord added a feature that it overlays it on the fucking computer screen. That's sick. It overlays the videos. Hey, Jackie. That was sick, actually. Oh, a big ol'. Look at him. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, with the housing market right now, yeah, it's definitely like. No, it's definitely more than that. Damn. Yeah, the basement is yeah. Yeah. I'm on headliners. I am. I already hosted one. You're not online. Oh yeah. Oh, Sinners, yeah, I wanted to watch Sinners. No, just on Discord I do have them. I don't know if I can invite. I don't know if I can invite through Discord, but Gooderbone. Yeah. Okay. We're good. We're good. Whoa. Whoa. Oh yeah. Does she have skin? I think you should go about it without expectation, buddy. Touch grass a little bit.
Are you in the thing? Yeah, so just invite.
I can hear you through it. I can hear me through Avatar.
Yeah, it's really loud.
Dang.
Right now. Probably better now, right?
A little bit, yeah. Oh, there we go.
I can't. Oh yeah, I can. There you go, buddy.
Okay, yeah, better. Oh.
Alright. We can get up this part.
Okay. Gonna try it.
We can just mute in game then.
Or
we can just all sing Call
yeah.
of Duty in game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd mute just.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Meow meow. Meow. Meow meow. Mew.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. There you go. Now we're in the game. Hello. I'm the big bitch.
Hello, Mewa. Gonna mew like a big bitch in my britches.
Here, both of you guys get next to each other.
Get naked.
As close as you can. Get as close as you can and look straight at me. Don't emote or anything. Don't emote. Don't emote. Can you get closer to each other? Is it possible? Yeah, even closer. Yeah, there you go. Put your arms down. What are you doing? Put your arms down. No flashlight. No flashlight. There you go. There you go. Oh my god. Oh, the flashlight. There we go.
Nice.
That's a fucking picture and a half, boys.
My what? My over what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, I can hear me.
Good lord.
I've never been over here.
Over there?
Nope.
Hello. I am here. Oh yeah, I can hear it. Hello?
Still hear me?
Okay.
What are you doing? Why are you using your phone? Do you have a headset?
Yeah, what is the mic that's picking it up? Your headset?
Is your phone on speaker?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, so you might have to go through the noise cancellation.
Talk on Discord. This is making it way more complicated than it needs to be. No, I'm gonna mute myself again, and then this will eliminate the problem. Unmute yourself in Discord.
Maybe, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because it's in the ink game, so as long as like it doesn't get too loud. You weren't saying anything before. It's a 6. Wait, what? Why is nobody here? Oh, me. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. $32? That's not bad. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're out. Over here. Oh, I forgot there was also, I already added like 450 sprints, but it's still not enough.
Picture, motherfucker.
Died. 363. Oh. In the corner. Whoa. He's just chilling there? The baby. Big guy. Oh shit. Oh, wow. No, they got the baby. Take that shit. Already got full out. Oh! Yellow. Already here? I hear like footsteps. Right. Wah wah wah. Yeah, I'm next to the heli. The heli. Eliante. Nothing yet though. Tattoos of cameramen. And clams. Each. And smoking clams. Oh fuck. Oh, you're still alive, you're still alive. Use your health kit. Right. Limp shrimping. Do that. No crouching. Oh yeah. Ooh. Alienante. Wow, the fuck. Oh, 1738. Damn. Ooh. Rat splat. Ooh. Oh, that was that guy. Beautiful. Oh, nice. Ah, nice. Yeah, that's sick. It looks like my car. They're beautiful. He was looking. Yeah, he was. He was licking his lips. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I got a camera. You can walkie-talkie. Open the hop. Mama no. I gotta eat my skin. On crud. On the crude. Oh, it adds more seats to the heli. I didn't notice that. 6 flicks. Can't do that. I got my own helicopter with 20 seats. Let me out. Let me out. On it. Ugh. Oh. Fighting.
Stay down, asshole.
Oh. He goes, he vented.
That piece of shit escaped.
Who am I?
Lost the target.
In here. Oh. Watch out. Oh! Help. Oh. Oh! Help! Where's the You go upstairs? Oh, somebody died. Oh, no. Run. Stalker 2? Holy shit, this is crazy. $3,500? Yeah, I already got it. Up here. Gongers. Oh.
Oh no! No! No!
Baby. Oh! No, get my yeah, get my shit. Yeah, the hot dog car killed me. They got the thing. Oh. In that pile. Heal up. Ooh, doggy. It kills itself. You good, you good. Bait it. You're still alive, you're still alive. Heal up. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sweet pick. Damn. Baby. Damn. Nice. Rat. Oh shit. Get that good camera. Whippy. Are you ready to be the subject of art? Would we be whipping my Gwippy? Have you seen YN on TikTok? YN? No, no. It's the insert character on Attack on Titan. Yeah, all the rage on TikTok. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, you gotta wait. Wait 6 months. Lutita. You're a ratata. Already? Back doors? Beep. And it raw over the beep. Oh shit, I can't run. Oh, I just got smacked and exploded. the hell happened? Holy shit. A whole floor. Shit. Yeah, you're above the elevator. For the stairs. Oh, ha. No, I died. He smacked me so fucking hard. Like on the second floor? Right above there is. Or is it the first floor? It could be the second floor. In the back rooms. The hell? What got you? Oh. I made it cost 2,500. Fuck the pie on my drive. Damn. Oh. What's happening out there? Be very careful. Oh. Wow. Well, that was a good shot because you just took the shot that they all kill themselves in. He can get you like near the edge. Liz Rink. No, he can't. Take a picture of his little cock. I'm Schmarky. Take pair. Oh. Yeah. Ooh, wow. Cock explosion. Yeah, we only need health. Fuck that. 3 medkits. I'll be murder. Oi, papi. Rematch my beta. Leg league. Tokami balls. Flashlight. Yeah, you see that Zin's flashlight? That Josh. I got. What's that guy's name? Josh. No, World of T-shirts. I sent. Danny, I sent you that. No. $6K.
Don't play with me, loser. Yeah, another one for the legend.
Joe. Okay. Yeah, let me get this flashlight. This flashlight. Yeah, I was telling you that Zen flashlight. Joe. That ball guy, the ball hand guy is gonna come to you. Oh Lord. Look 'em. I am. That. Lugar com mi bolitas. Oh my goodness. Who died? Yeah. Status report. See it, let's see it. Oh, I fucking missed. Beautiful. God bless America. God bless the USA. Hell yeah. Ooh. Ooh's gone wild. Ooh, he's hitting it. He's hitting it though. Control mob. Shots. Good as. Get that. Oh yeah. Buy a backpack. Yeah. Yeah, take one because the one I picked up gets put back, so that's the camera. got a bust. You got a good camera, Danny? It's a one-time use. You get boing once, and you can't land on it again. So don't try to. Yeah, it'll slow something down. It won't kill it though. I'm blown up with my mind. I'ma blow 'em up and act like I don't know nobody. Arr, arr, arr.
Snapshot of a legend. I know, I'm incredible.
Look. There's a superhero. He's waving. Take a good pick of my bulge. Feel his nipples getting harder at the second. He's gonna attack. Nice. Yeah, 2.3K. Somebody's getting hanged. Yeah. Yeah, what? And then back up. We should steal this TV. I mean, they don't want it like contaminated or any like weird. I mean, nobody's gonna use that body, right? Oh! He wants the TV. Right. Yeah, let's check it out. Some pigs outside, touch the grass, smell the air. He's right at it.
Move along. This is a war zone.
Damn, I'm already full. I'm at max. Just so I gotta delete. Yeah.
Please, no more press today.
Boudica. Look at that. Wait. Oh shit. Agora. $21K? Yeah, I mean, the only thing we need more pictures, but 50% score, I don't know. Sacrificing that. It's still a good one, but I don't. When you go into the yeah, it's only one. It's 2 backpacks when you get into it if you pick up another one. Robert. Robert. Hello. Damn. Do you use the do you use the striker packs? Does she still have any striker packs left around the house? Like the old-fashioned style, like light, right? Yeah. No. Like the what do you call them? Matches? Oh no. I have some. I mean if you use them. If I have them. You can dip them in wax. And then you'll have wax covered candles and then you won't be able to use them. Alright. He's gonna squeak right now. Run. Oh! Nice. I'm running around. Down. Yeah. Do that. Oh, there's a red dog. Uh-oh. Run. Oh! Alright, to the heli. What the heli? Is it going that way? Yep. Bulbous head. Whose head is that? Is it? Did Bigfoot die? Oh. Watch out. Oh, Lord. Distracted. Oh! Run, run, run. You just look at the tail. Oh, Lord. Here he's going to take me. Take me home. Oh, Jerome. I don't know if I dropped my camera. All right, let me go for it. Let me go for it, cause yeah. Let me go for it. Let me go for it. Yeah. Oh, you got it. Okay. Okay. There it goes. Damn. Oh yeah, that was a good game. Yeah. Alright, peace. Oh yeah. I don't know if to. Oh yeah. Go the day. Oh yeah. Alright, peace. Give me 1 second. Alright, well, chat, I am gonna go to bed for a little bit. And then I gotta do some family stuff. But, hope you all have a good time. Good night. Alright, bye.